about today and what is he going to pitch? I'm like, but didn't you already pitch this already? All you have to do now is answer a few questions to some nice people and you're good to go. Brilliant. All the best to each and every one of you. And we're looking forward to having you for the day. Mr. Ngongo, looking good with those glasses, my man. You see, when your future is that bright, you need those glasses, guys. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you once again for all of you making it today to the UNISA Innovation Challenge, which we call the Forge. So the Forge, if you think in ironworks, it is where iron on other iron sharpens that iron. And we hope that through this process and your delivery of your pitches, we will sharpen you not just for this competition, but for your business as a whole. So before we start, I'd like to acknowledge the director for the DITTC, Mr. Ayanda Noma, as well as the team at the DITTC for making this possible. And secondly, and more importantly, would love to thank and introduce all the judges that will be here with us throughout the day. I will introduce them in no particular order, largely how I see them sitting. Firstly, on my left, your right, it's Mr. Brian Pehlane from TIA. Sir, welcome. Always a great. He indicated when we were speaking, last time he did this, they called him Randall, so I'm assuming he's going to be the rough one for all of you guys. Then we have behind him Ms. Mahlatsi Taloma from the 22 on Sloan. Fantastic incubator, wonderful organization to know, and also for some of you guys, it's something to consider in terms of your growth prospects and incubation at their institution. And that is her behind Brian. Then we're going to cross over. We've got in the front row Paula Nagy from the Founder Factory. Thank you so much, Paula. Behind Paula, we've got Mr. Isaac Ntako from the Black Business Council. And in front, next to Paula, we've got Uvioletu Dubese from Innovtal. It is an innovation specializing business. Then behind Uvuyo, we've got Ubrazanele Ngwenya from UNISA Enterprise. All of these judges are here for you to help and to assist you in each and every way that they possibly can in sharpening you and making your pitches better. Oh, sorry. I forgot to introduce you. I know you're not a judge. Also, a colleague from 22 on Sloan. She'll also be joining us. She might not officially judge, but just regard her as one of the judges because she will actually deliberate with us in order to go about doing that. Ladies and gents, I'm hoping that our program is going to be swift. So I will call on the start of the presentations. After the presentation, we'll call you to come up here. The mic should be on at that time, and you will be able to answer the questions from a panel of judges. Everybody understand the rules of engagement? Everybody ready? Let's start. Oh, sorry, before we start, please ensure that at all times your masks are up. Unless you are up here speaking, then you take like what I will be doing with mine. Secondly, please put your phones on silent or airplane mode so we don't get disturbance. This is a live event, so any feedback loop will be detrimental to the people who are watching this from all over the world. So yeah, thank you so much and all the best to each and every one of you. Thank you.
Everyone, this is Xolisa, the owner of Usani e-learning. Usani e-learning today presents to you Usani Online High School. We are an education-driven, student-centric web and app online high school. We started venturing into this space because we noticed that out of 5,153 government high schools, there are 3,060 high schools that are in rural areas, peri-urban areas, are struggling
They
with
all have
study
this Washington.
materials and often lag
Okay, I'll give
behind
them one
with
just now.
syllabus each and
Can we
every
get the
year,
roaming
especially
mics
grade
to the
12,
judges?
and
Thank you.
that affects metric results each year. The majority of these schools are in Eastern Cape, KwaZulu-Natal, and Limpopo. We are obsessed with empowering South African high schools and learners to work quick and better through responsive technology. Over 4 years, we've been developing this new centralized online technology for high schools in South Africa. Our mission is to provide schools with cutting-edge online content that enables teachers and students to work better and smarter. We believe that when technology is data-driven and student-centric, it maximizes the education impact on learner development and society as a whole. Our team, at the moment, I am the owner of this idea. Um, I'm looking forward into working with teachers and learners that will be using my product. Graduates as instructors and tutors. Um, Department of Basic Education will be my partner by virtue of all schools fall under the department. As well, UNISA will be part of this team because I'm at this competition at this moment, and I'm willing to work with UNISA because I will grow into this with a daily package of tasks, big and small, without a system for prioritization and productivity. It's easy for some learners um, to fall through the cracks. That is why we develop Online High School, a customizable e-learning dashboard to assist schools and learners with online content to simplify learning and improve quality of learning. E-learning is no ordinary platform. Before developing and venturing into it, we studied the number of productivity platforms in tertiary institutions. We are going to work with companies across industries, and we also interviewed various stakeholders to understand their needs. This is our design. Uh, the looking details for teachers and students will be different. Teachers will be able to log in and upload the study materials, additional resources, whereas students will be able to log in to access those study materials and additional resources. Like most customized e-learning dashboard, online high school organizes tasks by school priority and impact, but we took it a step further. Our dashboard is fully customizable, which means it evolves with the school's needs. Most importantly, Usani e-learning will use algorithm and adaptive technology to turn data points into actionable insights, fueling a cycle of improvement and efficiency. This is our dashboard. We find a dashboard, my admin, library, and workspace. Under dashboard, you will find all the subject lines, depending on the schools, which one they are using. They can use all of them. We can add more. The list is not exhaustive. Under admin, we find assignments, timetable, subject marks, exam results, and more. Under library, we found textbooks where we will be using accredited textbooks that are used at schools all over South Africa using accredited publishers, as we believe that each and every school printed textbooks are first online. So they are available in an online version and also in a printed version. In the workplace, in my workplace, is where the student will be having their starting place where they will have discussion um, and all that. The working budget is estimated at 1 million. The estimated working budget is 1.5 million, including the research, the initial wave framing, and user testing. The beta launch with predetermined partners. We, as confirmed with Sakai representative over the phone. Usani e-learning is currently seeking 100,000 towards product prototype and fulfillment of the first phase of the project, which is going to the clients, which is going to the schools and test the product. This is the company details. Usani Learning is already a registered company. So the online high school will fall part of Usani e-learning. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Xolisa. I would like to ask Lisa to come up and the judges can start their questioning. We should have roaming mics. Feel free. No, he's coming. He's right there. It's all yours, sir. No, it's okay.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for your presentation, sir. I've got a few questions that I'm gonna ask at once. Yes. The first one, apart from what the user interface of your e-learning solution will look like,
Yes.
tell us about the intestines of that solution. What is it? Now, as you do that,
Yes.
I took note of the fact that you need 1.5 million rands to do, amongst others, research. In answering that question, tell us where are you at the moment,
Okay.
where the 1.5 million rands will take you.
All right.
Number two,
Can I get the first question? I didn't get the first question.
so the first question is, we have seen your user interface.
Yes.
There's going to be my admin, my library, da da da.
Yes.
But we need to see what the solution is, what underpins that user interface. What is a technical solution that enables all of that to work? Please tell us about that. I took note of the fact that you want 1.5 million rands to do, among other things, research.
Yes.
Tell us, where are you as you explain the intestines of your solution? Where are you, and where that 1.5 will take you when it's all spent. It's all part of the first question.
Okay.
Now you have identified users of your solution, your basic education department. You have clearly said that you will be using material that is accredited. You identified some accredited publishers. What is the process to secure that content on your e-learning platform? What do these accredited publishers want? Do you understand what they want? Do you understand how to load their content onto your platform? Let me park it there for now, thanks.
Okay. Sorry, that is your second question, right? All right. Okay. Thank you for your question, sir. At this moment, we started venturing into this in 2017. So we've approached schools, a couple of schools in Free State, in Bloemfontein, where all this started. I started this when I was still at university. So we went to schools to understand their needs. So what we did, we tried to do a design of how this is gonna look like. We believe that there are also people who also provide individuals softwares, for example, mathematics software where they do individual subjects, mathematics, physics. So this platform is gonna capture those individual solutions into a one platform. I heard you talking about publishers. We are not going to work with publishers. We want to go to schools in person and provide them with an online content. So I don't know if maybe you understand the concept behind. We want there are online high schools that they provide this kind of solution, but they are not. Their approach is not the same. It's not what we want to. They provide online high schools to learners. We don't want that. We want to go to schools that are already there, that are struggling with study materials, and provide them with study materials using online content, which means that they're going to transition from traditional schools to online schools. I don't know if maybe I answered your question.
I also don't think you answered this question, unfortunately.
Okay.
But we do need to move over to the next judge. Let's just keep in mind we only have 5 minutes for the Q&As. So we need to short questions, short answers.
Okay.
Let's see, over.
Hi, thank you for the lovely presentation. So I'm looking at your target market, and it's mostly people in rural areas. And we know one of the challenges is mainly data and internet. So does your platform accommodate this? Yeah, because you didn't mention that.
All right, thank you. Should I answer?
Please go ahead, sir.
Okay. Yes, we know that most schools they struggle with internet connection, and other schools they don't have resources to access this kind of platform. we are willing to partner with companies that are already providing data so that we can also be able to provide this solution to schools. So what we do, we are going to provide a full package that is already including everything to schools that are going to work with us. How are we going to do that? If schools, they don't have laptops, tablets, so we're going to provide a full package e-learning that comes with tablets. If the schools, they don't have tablets, for example, if learners, they don't have tablets, so that the schools will pay a subscription for everything.
Hello.
We're going to take one last question, unfortunately, on Xolisa. You can go, sir.
Xolisa, thank you very much for a lovely presentation. It's very brave of you to have actually come up with this and come this far. I like the fact that you've addressed and thought about the problems of the Eastern Cape. Just want to add to a fellow judge here. Given the fact that you are targeting schools in the rural areas, one is thinking of issues of connectivity, internet, access to power. At a practical point of view, have you been able to run a pilot to actually demonstrate how your solution can work? That's the first thing. And secondly, are you engaging the Department of Education? Because the minute you touch schools, you're interfacing within the domain of, the Department of Education. Have you thought about those things? Are you engaging them? Are they on board? Then thirdly, as kind of like my closing remark, how are you looking to monetize this solution? Yes, you're saying you're looking at schools in the Eastern Cape, primarily schools in rural Eastern Cape, in peri-urban areas, where the schools themselves may not have the money, So I would like you to address those questions and maybe add a recommendation to consider CSI or corporate social investment spend in your wonderful endeavor. It's a brilliant, brilliant idea, my brother. Keep it up.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, sir. As I said earlier that we started this in 2017. We approached the Department of Basic Education and they showed interest, but now the thing is they didn't understand it. How are we going to approach this? The approach that we want to do is to have a prototype, we used to have a prototype so that when we go to schools, because when we go to schools with the design on paper, they don't understand how are they going to use it. But if we have an actual e-learning that will say that you go here and here and here to access this content, then they'll understand better, because the schools that I'm talking about, they are not exposed to online content. They are used to textbooks. So that's why I'm here to ask with this 100,000 for this competition to develop a prototype so that I can go to schools and provide them with actual e-learning content, so that when they show interest of something that they see that, okay, we are going to use this way. So they're gonna indicate their interest based on what they see, not on paper. Yes. Or to touch on the one of data and access to, that is our main concern. And we believe that network providers, they have for schools to access study materials to provide those kind of, in fact, for education purposes. Now, I don't want to mention the name of your service provider, but they are okay, I don't know how to put it, but there are programs in place where if you provide educational content, you provide them free of charge if you are using those kind of service providers. Yes.
That's it, sir. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Polisa. Next up, we're going to have the Nest. Can we cue that video, please? I'll call you after the video. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is KV. I'm a One Young World ambassador and also the founder of Flash. Flash is on a mission to provide innovative waterless toilets to schools in underserved communities. I want to start off with a short story that highlights the fuel behind our venture. In 2014, after many years of living in a big city, I traveled back to my home village close to Rundu, and while I was there, the harsh realities of people living in underserved communities really hit me as I watched my grandmother walk 2 kilometers for her to find some privacy and a bush to defecate behind. Unfortunately, this story is not an anomaly, as over 54% of Namibians practice open defecation, and globally, over 4 billion people still lack access to safely managed sanitation. This is a problem. So, even if we zoom out from Namibia and go all the way to India, having a toilet is a basic human right that needs innovative solutions for it to scale and reach people like my grandmother. So, over the last 2 years, my team and I have been working incredibly hard to build an innovative solution, and I'm happy to share our milestones so far. Our solution is called Flash, and it works via a natural composting process. You add bulking materials such as sawdust after every use, and this prevents it from smelling. And what is really cool about all of this is that the production cost is less than 300 euros, and this is because we build all our eco-toilets using locally sourced materials, which I think is truly incredible. I want to take some time to talk about what our value proposition is. So really exciting stuff. We have a smart sensor system installed in our composting chamber that sends automated alerts when it reaches 80% capacity. This allows our team to safely collect the toilet resources, transport it to our facility where we are working on turning it into biochar, which is a source of energy. So I think this is truly incredible. We are working on building a circular economy with zero waste. This is a real product that is being used by real people, and some of the feedback that we've received is that our eco-toilets are 10 times better than using a dirty pit latrine or going to the bush. This makes us really happy because our aim is to build a product that people truly love and to be like the iPhone of toilets. Earlier this year, I actually returned back to my grandmother's village, and we've implemented this project at 2 schools, directly impacting the lives of 500 children, and we've generated over 10,000 euros in revenue. So I think the future is bright in our efforts to help Namibia achieve SDG 6. So you can get economic and financial returns while still doing good. According to the World Economic Forum, the sanitation economy in Africa is worth $19 billion and growing annually by 4%. We estimate the market in Namibia to be worth $19 million or over 343,000 households. If we only got 2% of that market share, we'll be generating over $1.6 million in annual revenue. Remember, everybody needs a toilet because everybody poops. We have a very profitable business model where the margins are 100%. We sell the toilets directly to government for $743 per toilet, and this is a very profitable customer segment for us. We also have a sanitation as a service model where we charge $60 per month to service the eco-toilets at schools. We are a diverse group of young Africans who have come together to solve this problem. I have a professional background in accounting and auditing, and I was also selected as a Mandela Washington Fellow. Our CTO, Patrick, has over 6 years' experience in manufacturing, and Twaini has a degree in urban and rural development. Finally, we're not just looking for money, we're looking for people who invest in talent and are in it for the long run. If this is you, then I invite you to join us on our mission to reinvent the toilet. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kavito. This is the first time that I hear of a SaaS quite like that. Sanitation as a service, fantastic. So please do come and you can answer the questions. That's incredible. When you're ready, just start.
Hello, fellow One Young World Ambassador.
Oh, hi.
What is your ask? Great presentation, by the way. I mean, it's the SHIT, right? Since you're in that business. But what is your ask?
Okay, thank you. So we're asking for 100,000 Rand, and with 100,000 Rand, we can directly impact the lives of 300 school children in Chova village by building 7 more eco-toilets. So that's our ask, is the 100,000 Rand where we can directly impact 300 more school children.
Hi. Love the presentation. Very, very funny as well. My question for you is one, just to clarify exactly who the customer is, because I know governments were mentioned, schools were mentioned, households were part of your model. So just identifying exactly who that customer was. And then a second follow-on question, you know, you've got the revenue from the sale of the toilet itself. Mm-hmm. There's also the component of doing the servicing and the bio-waste that you mentioned, which is quite a big component in terms of logistics costs, servicing that, and equally an additional revenue stream on the other side in terms of the biomass. So we didn't hear a lot of that, but I'm quite interested in A, who the customer is, and B, how you're thinking about the cost of the second part, and equally how you can generate revenue off of that.
Great, thank you for the question. So when we first started off, we started directly targeting the households, and we realized that the households, although they are the users, they can't really afford to pay for the product because there are people at the base of the pyramid. So that's why we actually pivoted from households and going to schools. Now, one of the challenges that governments are facing is they can't afford to find a sustainable solution to the sanitation crisis. So our users are the schools, you know, the children at the schools, but the person, the customer who's actually paying for it is the government. So those are the two things that you'll notice that are different. But what's also really exciting during COVID was we had friends who are just like you, some are lawyers, who are getting married. Now, when people are getting married, they go to the village, and then they said, oh, KV, we are going to the village to get married, but we don't have toilets. So that's also a new customer segment that's been popping up. And you know, people are interested now into trying to save the environment and the world. So that's also one that's really popping up for people that are environmentally conscious. And to talk about the challenges of actually servicing it, that's really one of the headaches that we experienced at the beginning. And that's why first we moved back to my home village, and our transformation facility is closer to the schools. The radius is only 60 kilometers. So for us to go and collect the composting chamber, drive it to our facility, and then working on transforming it. So we are still in the initial testing phase of turning fecal sludge into biochar, which is a source of energy. But so far we're seeing positive results, so we're quite optimistic. Thank you.
All right. Wonderful presentation, well articulated, touching really the issues that underpin our countries and how we're looking to develop. My comment is around selling the concept to the end user. Right now, everyone wants to have flush toilets, right? So now you're saying, let's stick with the old model, but modernize it a little bit and still derive benefit in a particular way. So I think you're going to have to do a big selling and marketing effort to make sure that people change their minds about the concept. I think it's absolutely brilliant. That's all I can say, my brother. Thanks.
Yeah. Thank you. As I mentioned, what we're actually trying to do with our product is to build something that's beautiful. That's why I say it's like the iPhone of toilets. So when you have my friends like Charles, who are accountants, actually using this same toilet at their weddings, people in underserved communities and villages won't think it's a lower class product that's just meant for them. So when they see people like KV, people like Charles who are accountants also using this same product, it actually makes them say, oh, this is a product that I would want to have. And a toilet is one thing that restores people's dignity. That's why they're actually using it. So, thank you.
Do you still want to ask that? Fantastic. Thank you so much, KV. Thank you, sir. Next, we're going to have Mbuso Ngongo's video up. I love the smile behind that, man.
The public education sector is facing multiple serious challenges. Learners in grade 1 were attending only 1 day a week to comply with social distancing. By the time they come back to school, they've already forgotten what they learned the previous week. Even before COVID, only 2 out of 10 learners in grade 4 were competent in the literacy study. The advances in information technology give us hope. However, thugs are vandalizing schools and stealing ICT equipment. Effectively, they are reversing the gains of a democratic dispensation and looting the black child's right to education. It is against this background that the UNESCO chair on ODL asks a question that says, how can we bring progressive, innovative technology to a diabolic environment that is a melting pot of poverty, secure it, and make sure it impacts the community positively? This pertinent question affects directly the Objective 2 of the UNESCO ODL, as well as the SDG 4. It comes at a time when the UNESCO has declared a decade of indigenous languages. So the question is then, what is it that we can do for the 17 million young people to become active players in a global economy? What is it that we can do to ensure equitable access to basic quality education? My name is Mbuso Ngongo. I'm a founder of Watoto Wazania. I'm also a final year student writing my last exam today. I'm supported by a team of a social worker, an educator, as well as a postgraduate UNISA student. We are also supported by a team of volunteers. Together, we have one goal: to develop Umbalabala, a toolkit designed to activate the inner teacher in every child, regardless of their background. The toolkit comprises of 6 components: tokens, which we pick up on the side of the road; the universal controller, which we use the tokens to build the universal controller; the board games; the digitizer, the award-winning digitizer; the visualizer, the simulator. The universal controller is an input device. It is an economic input device which is appropriate for children. The board games accelerate learning. They integrate all the fundamental principles such as colors, shapes, counting, numbers, etc. The visualizer is a way of giving a physical relationship with an abstract concept such as numbers, shapes, alphabets, and so on. The digitizer is the award-winning digitizer. Is a way of giving a computer an eye so that it can look at the world and see what it is that we are doing. The simulator is a single board computer. So we are really providing a low-cost, high-quality toolkit that is empowered by the artificial intelligence. It automates the giving of instructions to the learners. It provides instant feedback and on assessment. It has OCR error analysis functions. It provides parents, it supports parents in their support of children. It also provides support for multi-grade as well as multilingualism. We have tested our project over 526 kids. We've taken the project to the street kids, the homeless street kids on the side of the road. We've also ran a pilot project in the Botanic Gardens during the school shutdown. The results are incredible. You find that where learners are expected to count to 100, our learners are counting, where learners are expected to count to 10, our learners are counting to 100. Where learners are expected to understand only 3 shapes, our learners are understanding up to 9 shapes. These are 4-year-old children across the genders. And we find that we really are improving functional literacy as well as accelerating learning. Our vision is to awaken the prodigy in every child, regardless of their background. Eventually, we will build a network of affordable world-class facilities in a diabolic environment to inspire, to motivate, and support parents and teachers and learners. What we need in order to achieve our goal is to quality assure our product and to take it to a market, to test it, to conduct a scientific study. We need to translate our workbook to an African language. Our business model involves working with Tibet colleges, University of South Africa, as well as private colleges. We have communicated with at least 6 primary schools as well as 8 ECD centers between quintiles 1 and 4. What we will do with the 100,000 is we will use that to run the pilot project in 1 quintile 1 school, primary school, with 800 learners. We will assess the impact of our project. We will use that to develop a digital workbook to further enhance and quality assure our software systems. It is necessary for us to translate this to an African language in a time where the African languages have not been afforded space to function as a scientific and academic language. What we need in order to really take our business forward is 5 million rand, which is payable back over 3 years. Our own contribution has been in excess of 500,000 over the period of 2 years. We have taken part in a number of competitions since the project was started, including displaying our technology to the Minister of ICT, as well as on KZN TV. We've also our project has been exposed through UNISA portal, exposing it to over 300,000 students internationally, locally, and what sets us apart from our competitors is we are innovative, we are disruptive, we are determined to leave no one behind. As I conclude here, I want to leave you with this that says we may not solve every problem, but with Umbalabala, we may activate the inner teacher in every child, regardless of their background. Thank you.
Brilliant, brilliant. Thank you so much. Mr. Ngongo, would you come up and give us more information on your product? I think he needs a question.
Brilliant presentation. It basically addresses some of the things that are lacking with our early learning problems that we have in the country. What I wanted to find out was basically, do you know the market size of your innovation and who are your customers for this innovation?
Thank you, sir. The market size, our focus is on the public schools. There are 26,000 public schools in South Africa. And our primary focus is on the foundation phase, which would be your grades, your ECD, which is the, and the primary schools. And in particular, the foundation phase is up to grade 4, well, grade 3. And that space comprises of a higher proportion, which is about 60% of the 17 million in 2016. Now, why 60%? Because studies show that learners are dropping out after the foundation phase. So the market size comprises of nearly 12 million learners cutting across the foundation phase. That's just the grade 0 to grade 3.
Great presentation, Muso. Thank you so much. I think also what initially came into my mind was, why just kids? Because this is essentially design thinking in a practical form or in a very tangible form instead of just the service. So have you thought about, the corporate space, or perhaps that's the education sector is what you're tackling at first? My second question to you is, how are you making money? Because you've spoken about the contributions that you've made and the projected revenue that you've illustrated, but how are you making money? And what will, especially with this 100K that you're going to have, like, how's that going to contribute to that model?
Yes, thank you. How are we making money? I'm going to start with the second part. Currently, we're losing money in the interest of proving the concept, because this has really just been a concept that has been an idea, and the intention was then to prove that it works, at least initially. So far, we are at an investment stage where we are investing on our concept. That's one. So we are putting in our own investment into it. But also we are aligning this with recycling. So we are collecting a lot of things that we are just picking up on the side of the roads. We are using that, and we are encouraging kids to also do that, which brings our costs down. That's the one part of it. And then the second part is the costing part of it, the costing model. We intend charging 60 cents per learner and turning that to 120 million over a space of 5 years. And how is that possible? 60 cents, work that out over a school on average with 1,000 learners, and over 200 days, you are already at 100,000 per unit, 100,000 per unit per school of a prototype, right? So that's a cost. So there's a cost directly with selling the device itself, Umbalabala, which then is a toolkit. So there's a money to be made with reskilling, upskilling the educators, and so on. The last part had to do with looking into the corporate and this being a design thinking thing. And it was me saying, how does a kid benefit from my computer science degree? By the time the kid gets to the corporate market, the damage is already done. So I felt that the kid down there needs to benefit from the skills that I've accumulated from UNISA. Thank you.
Say just two quick questions. Thank you for your delivery. I'm grappling here. So For what you do, what options are available to your targeted users is where I want to kick off. Now, you've used the word proof of concept. When you have it, what will it look like? You are at liberty to speak to the business component of it or the technical component of it. But what does proof of concept in your pitch mean?
It means two things. One, it means the product itself. How does the product look like? That's one. I think I've shown you enough images on that. Oh, okay. The hypothesis is this, that we live in an environment which is digitally divided and so forth. And so the hypothesis is then that to say, what can we use? Can we bring an explorative and integrated method of learning, a new method of learning that treats everyone as being sick? So we are in a remedial stage. It provides a toolkit that any school and every school, regardless of where they are, can have consistency in their remedial program. So in teaching, whatever subject that is being taught is being taught using this toolkit consistently as a standardized toolkit of teaching, learning, and assessment. It looks like it's a package that consists 6 things, right? One, it consists of the tokens. It consists of games. It consists of the digitizer, which sits and looks at whether the learner is listening to the instructions and following the instructions. What this also does is it provides the environment for the teacher, the automated marking. So the one teacher, you can imagine kids queuing up for the assessment, but in this environment, assessment is being done instantly. And results are just being received instantaneously as and when they are being marked. So that is what we refer to as the instant. And also finally, the OCR part of it says, when you ask a child to write a letter 0, a letter O, you want to compare that's the error analysis, with a proper O and say, how does this O compare? How does it compare to the real O? What are the error margins? Is it getting better over a period of time? And that is, that is the OCR error analysis that we are referring to there, to say, progressively over a period of time, is this child getting better? And what are the areas that needs concern?
I think it's slightly related to that, but obviously measurement of the benefit to the children and how it's improving their learning is super critical, so that you can say, without doubt that, all of these children have improved in these key areas, and it is because of, our tools. So I just had a question, to that. I know you showed like the ABC and you've used the example now of the 0 and the O, but exactly what kind of measures you're going to use to show that the children are developing a lot faster because of this tool, and kind of how that will be measured.
Yeah, no, incredible question. One of the tests, actually, is our very own unique test that we've developed, is to say, what is it that we can teach them that we guarantee that they often most probably do not know? And when we refer to the Z2A, the Z2A is actually one of the tests that we conduct. And what we then do is we then give them this to say, hey, most of these kids can already recite A to Z. And then we say, can we start teaching you Z2A? And then and then we measure the rate at which they're able to do it. They've taught me, ZYX, WVU, TSR, Q, PON, MLK, JIZ, GF, ET, CPA. So the rate at which they are able to learn that has been used as our own benchmark to say, we've taught you something new. We've looked at how long it takes you to learn this, and therefore we have made impact.
Cool. Thank you so much, Mr. Ngwa. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Next up, we're going to have Armand. Could you please cue his one?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, good day. I am a Armando Corporation. It is a group of scientists based in Florida campus of UNISA. So most of them, they are doing PhDs in environmental sciences. Today, we'll be talking about the bioremediation of brine wastewater for agricultural purposes. By seeing the first picture that we have in front of us, we can see that the money is growing from our soil. But how are we going to make the money growing from our soil? And we can see even our motto, a green world with less pollution. This is Armando Corporation. Let's move on to the next slide and see what will happen. According to the South African Environmental Department, we have a lot of pollution in South Africa. This is bringing, for instance, deforestation, mining activities, and many other things. And the pollution is not just related to the air, it's also related to the water. Remember that South Africa is a semi-arid country where we have a lot of pollution and scarcity of water. But what will remain with that wastewater? That is why Armando Corporation has decided to bring onto the alternative way so that pollutant can be removed for agricultural purposes. So now in our laboratory, we have sequenced the microorganism called bacteria from Imalashini in our lab. And we realized that those sequenced microorganisms, today called Afrobacteria, are able to remove our pollutants that we have in the synthetic water or in the wastewater from our environment. According to the picture you see, we are working with our microscope where we can check the specific species capable to remove pollutant from wastewater. So the real problem that we are trying to solve is water scarcity. We have identified that South Africa is a semi-arid country where we do not have enough water, and also where the wastewater that we have is not well recycled. That is why for our farmers that are our customers, we need them to have the solution, the biological solution, not the chemical or physical one, because the chemical and physical method are more expensive compared to the biological one that we are trying to propose. So, and then the water is more scarce in the polluted environment where our farmers are really needy. That is why we need people from Mpumalanga, Imalashini, and coastal area, maybe Durban, KwaZulu-Natal. They can do easily their farming activity without any problem because Armando Corporation is bringing the solution to mitigate the pollution. Our customers are already identified. We need farmers who are doing their activity in the mining area and coastal ones. So they are the ones who can bring and improve our benefit or profit also. And in terms of innovation, first of all, we have tried to isolate the specific strain of bacteria capable to remove our pollutant, because all bacteria are not able to remove. That is why we are calling them allophilic bacteria, because allophilic means love salt allophilic bacteria. And as they have been sequenced in Africa, we use the name Afrobacteria. So the second achievement we have identified. The third one was about the optimization, because we need to know the concentration of salt capable to be removed, the physical-chemical temperature, the temperature, pH, and the source of carbon, because the source of carbon will help our microorganism to remove our pollutant. In terms of innovation, we have already done 75% of our work. Now we need to be incubated to move on to the 25%. That is why we have proposed that if we can have 1 liter bioreactor We can purchase reagent for our major preparation. We can also test in the polluted soil our afrobacteria and also for the planting to now see what we can bring as specific product to any type of polluted soil and wastewater. The demo is there. I don't know if you have to see the demo, but I can, when I'm clicking, it's not giving, but I'm sure I've prepared a video so that you can have a look about what we are really doing in the laboratory of UNISA in Florida. So now our vision, the vision, what we really need, because as the country, the entire country is a semi-arid country. And now as we are targeting the water scarcity, specifically in the polluted area, we need to create, to construct branches around the country. That is our main vision, where we can easily give our product and services to our specific farmers. So now the short-term goal is to be incubated, to be in the market, to be near to our farmers, because now we are located in Pretoria, that is the headquarters. We need to go further where mining activities and coastal area are present so that we can target our farmers and our farmers can get our product and also our services. And also we need to do agri-workshop because we need to update in terms of scientific information those farmers so that the production can be also excellent. Because really speaking, we need also to screen the soil, to screen the water, to see which kind of pollutant we have so that we can easily remove. Then, what must be true to achieve those goals? To achieve those goals, our team just need an opportunity to be incubated, as I say, for our short goal. We need to be incubated so that what we have already tested in the lab where I am actually, we can bring in the marketplace so that our farmer can be happy and have also good production. What do you need for our audience? As the audience is already known, farmers from coastal and mining activities area. That means we are going to provide to them the product and services so that water scarcity can be mitigated and that recycled wastewater can be useful for their farming activities. So in terms of result, we have already worked on that, and we have a research letter that I have published with the co-authors in 2014. That means this project has been for long. We are working. We are still improving our product and also our services in terms of anything that is happening in the country in terms of water scarcity. So we have been working for many years in this project. The feasibility, Afrobacteria, we need also to use it because it's already tested in the laboratory. That means the feasibility is almost at 75%. That is why the 25% need just to be completed through our incubation so that we can go in the market and sort out also the problem of job scarcity, because as students, after our degree, we need also to go to look for a real job. But now, as a scientist, we are the one helping now the government through entrepreneurship program to provide jobs in terms of our knowledge. So now the feasibility to do this, we just need 100,000 rand. 100,000 rand will be listed as we can see. For the manufacturing of sachet, we just need 10,000. For the bioreactor, 20,000. The media for our allophilic bacterial preparation, 30,000. The freezer, 10,000. Transport, 20,000. And also all diverse things that we don't expect to have, we can just keep 10,000, and the total will be done during 12 months, meaning 1 year. And the total is giving us 100,000. I mean, for only this project, with 100,000, we are very sure that our product will be on the table and capable to clean the wastewater for agricultural purposes. So now we know that you can invest, but now you need the return of investment. Our ARMANDO Corporation will be bringing back the money by selling the sachet of Afrobacteria and also providing services. But in terms of the statistic that we have done, we have seen that one sachet of 100 grams of Afrobacteria product will cost only 100 rand. But that 100 grams of Afrobacteria will be able to treat 1,000 liters of wastewater within 5 days, meaning that we can easily bring back our money where we are, and along the way also create a lot of branches around the country. So we can see after using our Afrobacteria, we can see water, and then also our plant growing. So it is not the first, as I was saying. Now we won a lot of awards around the country. Even the last time in June, for the entrepreneurship intervarsity, we were called. That means we are still working. And lastly, even German, we have been selected among the top 6 of this year African German entrepreneurship. And then on the 7th, I will be online also for the final stage of our competition to see if I will be among the 3 first. Surely I will be, so that I can receive also some fundings to be incubated. That is the program of the Universität Leipzig, where I was the only person representing South Africa among the 6 top ideas. I'm very sure that I will be well representing the country so that the problem of wastewater can be sorted. Also, I recommend people to use Afrobacteria because our products are able to be used in presence of oxygen and without oxygen. That means we don't have any problem. Oxygen, without oxygen, the product can work easily. So thank you for your kind attention. Let's go to the green world with less pollution. ARMANDO Corporation is saying thank you for everyone.
Monsieur EROKO, please do come through. I always marvel at Armand and his sunglasses, bright futures. Dazzle us, sir.
You have 100 grams, which you aim to use to treat 1,000 liters. Before I get far, is that your steady state scale?
Sorry?
Are you, with whatever development work that you must do, are you aiming to arrive at 100 grams treating 1,000 liters? Is that the ultimate scale that you want to achieve?
Thank you.
If no, what it is?
Thank you for your question. I want to say to people that Afrobacteria has been sequenced in South Africa, and those bacteria are able to consume all the pollutant from the water. And then we have tested our Afrobacteria in the lab scale, where we have seen that with the powder, because it's in terms of powder, the feasibility is in terms of powder, the powder of 100 grams of Afrobacteria will be able to treat 1,000 liters within 5 days. meaning our afro-bacteria will consume the pollutant within 5 days and clean our wastewater.
No, I got that. I'm asking, is that your ultimate scale you wish to achieve with whatever
We
you
have
must do?
We have already achieved that in the lab. Now we are trying to go further.
To what?
So we are trying to go further by optimizing. Remember that I have shown some physico-chemical parameter, knowing that the temperature. If you change, for instance, the afrobacteria capable to remove 100 grams of afrobacteria capable to remove pollutant from 1,000 liter, the temperature is 28 degrees. But now we are trying to reduce by adding the energy, the carbon sources. If we can have maybe the same amount of afrobacteria capable to treat more liters compared to now. That is where we want to achieve. But now we achieve only the total amount that
so
I
thanks.
said.
Armando, my comment is actually very simple, given the explanation. Do the SE's cost of removal of the pollutants with everything you know, without the optimization, which would involve fiddling around with pH and temperature and other things, and then do the desired cost of removal of the pollutants. That will make a big difference. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the presentation, and I think my question also feeds off to what he just mentioned. How are you thinking of generating money from this? And also, have you done a practical test on an environment? I know that it's mostly theory-based, what you just mentioned, but have you actually tested it at an actual environment?
Okay, thank you for your question. As I mentioned, that my farmer is from a coastal and mining activities area. And let's remember that this afrobacteria was collected from the AIME reclamation plant in Mpumalanga, where they have such problem. I have tested that product over there after sequencing my afrobacteria. That means we have the lab test already. But now, in terms of the quantity that you are saying, that is the quantity that we realize in the laboratory. So now, during the incubation, surely things might change because I need to do the optimization. Remember, my afrobacteria are able to remove the quantity that I said with 20 degrees Celsius only. Thank you.
Just a quick question from me. Is this proprietary? Is this IP? Is anyone else doing this, or is this a new discovery and a new innovation, with this bacteria?
I like the smile and the question. So, listen to me very well. I have mentioned here that we have 3 methods: physical, chemical, and biological. But the previous one, physical and chemical, are more expensive. Meaning that when I have tried to use the bioremediation using allophilic bacteria, I have also done some literature review where I have seen that my afrobacteria, we have many species, but the afrobacteria that I'm using, no one in this country has tested it for the agricultural purposes. Armando is the first.
It's on now. Thank you so much for the presentation, and I'm no biotech whiz kid, but I thoroughly enjoyed your presentation. You mentioned the 100 grams, 100 rand for...
Of allophilic bacteria.
Yes, at 100 rand each, right? Would this be because you're targeting farmers, right? Yeah. Would this be the price for the farmers? And also, how many would a farmer need for a particular area that you would have tested at? Because I think this also connects to her question on how you will be making money and whether these farmers would be able to afford your product.
Yes, I would like to recall something very important, that South Africa is a big producer of emerging pollutant. That means my customers are already available. So, meaning that when I am going to sell this, and also on the screen, we have seen that it's for the middle income customer, farmers. Because if you are using 100 grams, everyone is not affordable. It is not affordable for everyone. But now, those who are in the coastal and mining activities area, I have been seeing them for many years, and they really need that. I have many customers. That means the return of investment. Within 1 year, I will get back my money. And remember also, I am servicing and I am giving not only Afrobacteria, but services, meaning that I can come and do some consultation, and then you give me again another money that I didn't put on the screen.
Yeah, but what's the typical cost? Like, would one farm need maybe 500 grams, or
Okay.
that's what I'm trying to get
Now,
at.
it depends also on the surface where you are doing your farming activities. For instance, if you call Armando Corporation to come, we are just going to screen, first of all, your soil and your wastewater. So finally, we are going to give you the quotation for what you need. So now, if you need to use per day, let's say 5,000 liters, you just do the typical mathematics. You are going to see the amount that you have to pay. You just do times 5, so that you can pay 500 rand for 5,000 liters. If you need to treat 5,000 liters within 5 days, that is just the ratio that we need to do for you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Okay, thank you
Appreciate
so much.
One more question. One more question.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a quick one.
2 minutes. Yeah.
I didn't see. Thank you for the presentation. I think it's a very important topic, especially when we have the mining sector doing what they're doing and polluting the environment. The point that I wanted to ask you, I didn't see a slide when you were talking about the different costs. I didn't see a slide on business development and distribution and marketing. I didn't see a slide on that, and I think if you could work on that, I think it will give us much more comfort.
Okay, thank you for your advice. I will take it into consideration.
Thank you so much, Armand. I appreciate that. Next on our schedule, we're going to have donation like by Minentle. Could we have donation like?
My name is Minentle Prominence Malinga. What is a donation like? It is an innovative initiative that's to revolutionize the means of donating and receiving donations. An initiative that is aimed at encouraging and making easy the culture of both charity-based and sustainable donations. It came as a result of many gatekeeping and difficulties insofar as the culture of bestowment to greater good is concerned. What does donation like offer? It develops a new innovative way of donating and receiving donations through the use of social media. There will be a like tab or something like it on the social media platforms that will be for the sole purpose of donating. Creating a virtual currency in order to simplify the transactions made on the platform. Creating a website for the purposes of applications by the requesters of donations in which relevant documents proving their need for the donations will be required. And then necessary verifications will be done, and thereafter the post will be on the social networks for people to donate. Problems identified, continued. South Africans' inability to meet their short-term needs. The issue of homelessness and poverty. Non-profit organizations' inability to carry out their daily duties due to lack of funding caused by either the shortage of sponsors or the COVID-19 lockdown restrictions. An average South African's inability to donate to an organization of their choice because of financial restraints or no exposure to charities. Solutions to the problem. Creating a platform that will be linked to all social networks such as Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, etc. for the purpose of donating. This platform will use a virtual currency for safety and convenience purposes because it will utilize the like tabs to make transactions. Donate. This will only happen once the NPO or NGO and any individual who is looking for the donation has applied using every necessary document and any form of identification that will be verified and approved by the initiative. What distinguishes us from others? The Donation-like initiative uses the most popular social networks for accessibility, facilitation, verification through a website that will be linked to these platforms like OnlyFans. The website will be for the purpose of the application by the requesters of donations, and they will be required to submit necessary documents to prove whether or not they need the funds. The documents will then be verified with the relevant institutions and government departments. Lastly, the donors will conveniently use a click to donate feature or tap on a particular social network to make donations. Target market. Any person who is passionate about making a positive change into the society, specifically anyone who is working or receives any income, believe parents can make a change. Large corporations that are concerned with social issues to which they exist as part of the corporate social responsibility. Secondary target market, the NPOs which will use the platform to record donations, and individuals who might need any sort of donation to cater for his or her needs. Cost of acquiring customers in our target market. According to our forecast, we will need social media influencers and adverts for the exposure, which will be 8,000 rands in a period of 6 months. Website creation and maintenance will cost 16,500. Data will be 6,000. A graphic designer will cost 5,000, which is once off. So in total, the amount which might be needed to get the target and market may cost around 35,000, excluding other costs are essential, but not for acquiring customers in our target market. Basics of revenue model. It is the strategy of managing a company's revenue streams and the resources required for each revenue streams according to the Founder Institute. Our company will have the following revenue streams. Through the use of the virtual currency bot, 9 cents per one like, through the use of external adverts on our website, platform fee or 1% of the total transactions for each single account, organization or an individual, cash management fees. Competitors. We are similar to click to donate sites such as Free Rice, which is a and also the Hunger site, and lastly the Polos Chicos. But that which differentiates us from these sites is that ours is integrated into the social networks and will not show pop-ups when one wants to donate, and that will be the case because there will be a designated tab specifically for making a donation on the platforms. Also, we use an electronic currency, e-currency, which will be equivalent to the South African rand to make the transaction easier. E-commerce is the buying and selling of goods and services or the transmission of funds or data over an electronic network, primarily internet. We compete in the growing digital and e-commerce industry, which in 2020 had a revenue of $4 billion US and in South Africa. It has been projected to have a compound annual growth rate of 11% over the period of 2020 to 2024. State of the initiative. We are currently a team of 2 with basic necessities to carry out the project and still acquiring skills needed to make the project a success. The project itself is still on its development stages with little progress made because of financial constraints. In order for the project to be of a success, a website must be created by a professional and will be maintained by the member of the team as he has the necessary knowledge thereto. Consultations with government departments must be regular and efficient as time will be of the utmost importance, which needs laptops and fast network for communications. Phone call allowance to make contact with the management of the social media platforms and consult and verify information for the purposes of donations. Transport fee to travel and from the government departments and the banks. In conclusion, this project is diverse because it is for the public good, is convenient as the donors will use their social media accounts, is cheap as the donors will spend at least R1 to donate to each charity of their choice, uses profiles to verify every detail given by the people who want donations so as to prevent crime and manipulation of the people who are kind enough to donate. This is the end, and it is compiled by Minenhle Prominence Malinga and Kosinathi Sipho Mahlangu. We thank you.
Thank you so much, Minenhle. As you're coming up, I'm only going to allow 2 questions because we're running extremely late. So it's going to be you, Brian, and also Uzanele.
Yeah. Malinga, as you're working up towards the stage, have you spoken to any donors and tried to understand what their problems are? That's the first question. And any ideas as to what you're going to be doing to make your website safe? Thanks.
Good morning, everyone. We haven't spoken to any donors yet, as this is still in the development stages. I'm sorry, can you repeat the second one?
The safety of your website.
Oh, okay. With regards to the information, we think that the management of the website, our partners will ensure that everything will be safe as far as the safety of the people who will be submitting the documents and seek funding is concerned.
Thank you so much.
Minenhle, one thing about donation, it's heavily regulated. I see you included things like large corporations. Most of them usually require a tax certificate if they make any donations. I think one of the key things that you might have to do is to differentiate your website from large corporations and crowdfunding, because it might work better from a crowdfunding point of view rather than also including large donations, because it's heavily regulated and the transfer of funds and movement of money is also heavily regulated. So those are the key things that you might have to look at, and also the legal environment around that. It's just a comment.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Minenhle. Thank you so much. Our last presentation for this morning session before our break will be photocatalytic membrane reactor for wastewater and water treatment. This group is led by Kholofelo.
Hello everyone, my name is Kholofelo Malaji. I'll be presenting the KRS Clean Water Team. Let me take this opportunity just to give an introduction on who the KRS team is. We are a group of 3 people, as you can see our photo on the slide. There is myself, Pulofelo Inamalaji, Rodzana Rachedana in the middle, and Simpiwe Zwani. We are all registered PhD candidates under the Institute of Nanotechnology and Water Sustainability. I'll be presenting to you today photocatalytic membrane reactor for wastewater and water treatment. The problem you're trying to overcome for this innovative challenge, it is the issue of water pollution. I believe that most of you will agree with me that water pollution is a global problem. While an increase in population has greatly contributed in water pollution, as human waste are often mismanaged and they find their way into our water system. On the other hand, agricultural and textile industries also contribute highly towards water pollution, as pesticides, dyes, or heavy metals from these industries also find their way into our water systems and cause water pollution. The persistency of these toxic substances greatly contributes to water pollution and the scarcity of clean and potable water for drinking and other purposes. Their toxicity on both humans and aquatic organisms is very alarming, as they pose major health risks to humans and depletion of marine life. Now, this makes their removal from wastewater system an urgent and a priority. Several methods have been attempted for the removal of these toxic substances. Methods such as coagulation, flocculation, sedimentation, and many others have been attempted. However, most of these methods have shown undesirable removal efficiency towards these toxic species and also generation of toxic byproducts. With all that being said, us as the KRS Clean Water Team brings a solution of an integrated water treatment process known as photocatalytic membrane system, which will be developed by combining photocatalysis and membrane filtration process. A membrane is a selective barrier which lets certain molecules of specific size to pass through whilst restricting others. Whilst on the other hand, photocatalytic process is a light-driven process where organic pollutants are degraded into less harmful byproducts such as water, carbon dioxide, and minerals in the presence of a catalyst. As the KRS team, we envision to have a recyclable setup system which can effectively degrade organic pollutants from water and produce water free from any secondary byproduct. This system is believed to result in high removal efficiency for these toxic substances. In this system, a membrane will serve as a support of a photocatalyst as well as the selective barrier of the pollutants. During the process, polluted water from the feed tank will be pumped into the membrane cell, whilst in the light will be exposed onto the membrane, and the photocatalysis of toxic substances will occur on the surface of the membrane, thereby producing a clean permeate free from any byproducts. As you can see from this arrow pointing downward, this is where we are going to collect our clean water. Our vision is to produce a clean and potable water. Our short-term goal is to develop a reactor system with photocatalytic ability over pollutants. Now, these goals will be achieved through good project planning skills and also funding. What we need from our audience is honest feedback following our presentation and also contributions which will assist in improving our ideas for this challenge. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for listening to our presentation. We are looking forward to interacting with you after this presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Kholofelo will be joining us virtually for this one. Could we maybe have her on the screen? Hello, Kholofelo, how are you? Can you hear us? Very well, thank you. You already have someone who would like to ask you a question. Brian, go on, sir.
Thanks, Yongam. Pulufelo, am I right in saying that membrane filtration and photocatalysis are unknown techniques. Is that statement correct? Did you get that? Am I correct in saying that membrane filtration and photocatalysis are known techniques? Is that statement correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, would you kindly illuminate on what's different that you did? Number one, and to what scale?
The difference that we make, okay, let me just start off by saying these are known processes, yes, we agree, but then we haven't seen this kind of prototype that we are talking about. Of course, in papers, literature is there, but we haven't come across with any. So what we are trying to do, we are trying to develop this prototype so that it will also be out there. So another thing that we are trying to do differently here is the materials that we are going to use, the photocatalyst, and also the application for the removal of our chosen pollutants, which are pesticides and the pharmaceuticals.
Yes. Hi, Kolofelo. Thank you for the lovely presentation. My question is, and I know you didn't mention this, is have you done your market analysis and how are you planning on commercializing this?
Hello, thank you for the question. Yes, we have. Unfortunately, that was not put up on our market analysis. Our first customer target at this point, we are aiming on universities. This is for the reason of trying to improve research for water purification. So we are aiming on targeting universities that usually deals with water purification. Thereafter, of which we hope that should this research be funded and we are able to develop our prototype, then we can be able to take it out there, out of lab scale.
Any other questions for Kolofelo? Thank you so much. No, I'm saying thank you so much. We have no further questions for you from our judging panel. Thank you for making it. Cheers.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have our tea break. Because we're running significantly late, can we have it 5 minutes? Grab something, we come back, and we've got a few more for the afternoon to take. Thank you so much thus far.
futuro é mais que o infinito. É puro e belo, inocente como a flor. Por favor, chuva ruim, não molhe mais o meu amor assim. Por favor, chuva ruim, não molhe mais o meu amor assim. Chove chuva, chove sem parar. Chove chuva, chove sem parar. Sacundim, sacundim, emboroconga. Dombim, dombim, agoeiomba. Sacundim, sacundim, emboroconga. Dombim, dombim, agoeiomba.
Are we on? And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Next on our agenda, we've got a household child wellness monitor. This is a cell phone application by Mozenyi Stanley. Could you please cue that, please?
I will be developing the application that is called Household Child Wellness Monitor. I will start by saying a care that does not lead to improvement in health, then it increases cost and also it wastes time. So mothers are concerned that when their children are exposed to hot water, they might get diarrhea. And also other mothers, they are concerned that when the children, they have diarrhea, some they might die. And other mothers, they feel that if there is a solution that will help them to prevent and manage the childhood diarrhea, it will be easy for them not to save money, and also it will help assist them in terms of saving money and also reducing the cost of going to the health facilities to seek the medical attention. The problem is childhood mortality remains unacceptably high globally. However, in South Africa, diarrhea and malnutrition account for approximately 20% of deaths of children under 5 years of age. However, this is because most children, they are not fully immunized due to the 40% of these children. You may find that they are not fully immunized with the vaccines such as rotavirus, which prevents diarrhea, and also the BCG, which also helps to prevent TB, and also measles. My name is Selima Shalane. I will be developing a cell phone application named Household Child Wellness Monitor. The application will assist mothers and also caregivers to do early detection of malnutrition or diarrhea at an early stage. However, at the premium stage, the application will have features such as the suggestion to the nearest facility and suggestion to food and also suggestion to the health professionals. And also the application will have a feature where it will have information feature where mothers will be able to get information about the prevention and the management of diarrhea or also on other childhood illnesses. I am saying to these mothers, their child life expectancy is in the palm of their hands, meaning that these mothers, most of them, they've got cell phones or smartphones in their hands. So it's their responsibility to make sure that their child's health is being protected and also is being promoted through downloading the cell phone application, which is Household Child Wellness Monitor. So through this app, we'll be able to scan the child's weight, so the child's height, wherein it will tell this mother if the child is reflected, the green child, it will say to this mother, your child is healthy, and when after the scan, it will show the red child, it will show that the mother that your child is at risk or is at sick, and also if it shows that the child is yellow, it will tell this mother, now your child is at risk of certain childhood illnesses. The mother needs to take further assessment and take the child to the health facility. And also, we are not going to look after only the sick child, and also the child that is obese, it will assist these mothers in terms of identifying what type of food are they giving to this child through scanning the different types of food that the child will be eating, especially those who are overweight or obese. Again, through this app, there will be a feature where it will assist the mothers to scan the stools of a child in terms of determining the diarrhea from the stools. Meaning that if after the scan the stools of the child is watery, it can say to this mother, your child is having a diarrhea and also it needs an agent medical attention so that the mothers can also go to the nearest facility to get the medical attention. And also in terms of giving the mother the color of the stools of their children, indicating that if the stools of their children maybe probably it's red, it's green in color, it will also have to give this mother that your child might have been exposed or has been eaten more green vegetables, or those green vegetables, they might have not been absorbed by the body accordingly. And also in terms of weight, putting the weight of the child, it will also assist the mother when after bringing the child to the health facility to enter the weight of the child into the program, and also it will also tell this mother how the child is growing in terms of malnutrition. So if the child is red, it will tell the mother now the child is severely acute malnutrition, and also if the child is yellow, it will show this mother now the child is at risk of malnutrition, and or if the child is green, it will show this mother now the child is healthy. And however, we'll also have a feature where it will take the temperature of this child, and also it will be able to check the blisters of this child, so that this mother can tell if this child is having this same blisters. It means now the child is having measles. Again, through the disease prevention and management, through this feature, we'll have a feature where it will show this mother in terms of preparation of food, and also how to do a grocery for healthy meals for these children. So it will give mothers information in terms of how to buy fresh food, and also how to prepare healthy meals for their children in order to prevent the childhood illnesses that we mostly found that they are behavioral diseases that we can also prevent. And also in terms of diarrhea, they'll get information regarding the prevention of diarrhea, and also the home remedies on how to manage diarrhea at home. So this information, this mothers will get it through the download or through the video, where we'll upload the video with this kind of information. The mothers will listen to this information watching the video. So our application will be launched in early 2020. Through launching this application, we'll be also improving and adding the new features, especially after getting the feedback from these mothers that they have, especially those mothers that they have downloaded the application. So after that, we'll improve our app and also add new apps according to the information, also according to the recent information that is currently affecting our children or our childhood illnesses. And also in terms of traffic management, will be done in terms of advertising the application through the social media. After advertising the social media, the application through the social media, this advertisement, it has to show or direct this mothers whether this after advertisement, we want this mothers to go to the website to get more information, and also we refer this mothers to go and download this application. So if these mothers are encountering any problems, we'll be trying to solve these problems when they are trying to download the application. And also we'll have a newsletter and a YouTube channel where after quarter we just update the information to these mothers, especially those who have been subscribed to the application. Household Child Wellness Monitor is a cell phone application that monitors child health wellness, which is an application that will be downloaded on a smartphone, which I believe that most households they've got accessible to a smartphone. Caregivers will be able to scan their child's height, temperature, and their child's stools, and the result will reflect the green child will show a healthy child, a yellow child will show a risk child, and a sick child will be shown by a red child. However, through this application will be the suggestion for the supermarket, the healthcare professional, and in later stage, we are hoping to have a nanny allocation, believing that if mothers after giving birth, especially those who want to have nannies at their homes, they will want a nanny that is well knowledgeable about childhood illnesses, and also on how to prevent them, and also on how to manage them. And also they will want a nanny that is knowledgeable in terms of food to give to the child, the preparation of the child, and also on how to take care of a child generally. So we are saying for the feasibility of the application, it has to be easy for the mothers to download and also to use. And with the issue of security, we are saying the security will be encrypted, because this application will require the mothers to enter their child's information or date of birth, so that these mothers, they will just have, they will need to have a trust in terms of when they are entering their child's information, whether the information will be secured. So we'll try to secure information accordingly, and also we'll use different languages so that these mothers, when we upload information about the management, the prevention, and the detection of these childhood illnesses, we try to use the different languages that the mothers that will be using the app, they are familiar with. Because if we use the same language that the mothers, they are not familiar with, sometimes these mothers, they feel that information, or they are not entitled to get the information that is being shared on the platform. So we are trying to make sure that they feel that the information is also, they are also part of this information, and they must also be part of the change in making sure that their children is being protected by all means. And also, we also use a tape recorder to record the information that will be given to these mothers. For the sustainability, we are saying the Department of Health will also try to lobby them to come in, so that this application, it will also assist healthcare professionals, especially in terms of confirming what they've clinically identified to this child. Because sometimes you might find that as a health worker, you clinically see that this child can be managed at home, but through this app, it can also confirm whether this child really can be managed at home, so that you avoid the child's death when the child leaves the facility, while you have the app, so that the app can also confirm whether this child needs urgent referral to the hospital or also needs a medical attention. So with the update, it means that the mothers, those who have downloaded the application, will frequently get the update in terms of the functionality of the application and the usability of this application. With reward and discount, we are saying mothers, those who have been in the program for a year, will get the reward in terms maybe a teddy bear that will encourage them to utilize the application further and continuously, or encouraging others to download the application. And for the discount, I'm hoping that mothers that they find that their child is sick of malnutrition, or they are having diarrhea, there will be a suggestion of the nearest supermarket. And when they go to that nearest supermarket, they will be able to get the fruits or the vegetables or whatever protein foods that will be in need of that time at a discount level, so that this mother can also be able to access this food to able to prevent and manage childhood illnesses. And also will be getting the feedback from the mothers, especially that they will be frequently using the application. Over 1 million children in South Africa annually are born. So I did a study where we issued some few questions on mothers on how they can, on how are they able, willing to pay for the application in terms of downloading and using it. So only 7 people managed to return the survey, and also I can conclude that majority on average they are willing to pay around 30 rand to download this application. However, meaning that if these mothers, 1 million mothers are giving birth annually, and then we are giving them this platform to say this application can assist you in terms of managing your child and also protecting your child, and they end up downloading this application. Annually, this application can make roughly around 30 million in return for annually. Meaning that as long as, even though it's a business, a deal, but this mothers, in a way, they'll be saving money, because when they're taking the child for, in terms of a child in the area, whether to a private doctor, when they're using medical aid, they're paying over 1.6 thousand. And also if they're outpatient, they're also paying over 1.2. So meaning that, and on average, if they're consulting through a general practitioner, on average they can pay around 500. Meaning that if they have enough, they've downloaded this app, they'll be able to save money and have something in their pocket. Not forgetting that on average, a child who's less than 5 years, on average can have a diarrhea 3 times per year, and also child cold and flu 8 times per year. Meaning that after these mothers have downloaded this application, this application can reduce these chances of their child getting diarrhea. Maybe in a year, the child will have 1 episode of diarrhea, and also maybe the child will have 4 episodes of cold and flu, meaning that these mothers, they will have saved a lot, especially those who will be utilizing the medical aid.
For the sake of time, we're going to cut that short because it's a little bit over the 5 minutes. If anybody requires that whole presentation, feel free to reach out to us and we will be able to share that with you. Mr. Mashalane, could you come to the front, sir, and you can answer some of the questions pertaining to your application. Whenever you're ready. So there's your timer. Go on, sir.
Good morning. Morning.
Hi, thank you for the lovely presentation, and I think it's a good platform. Just a few questions. Which income households are you targeting, and have you onboarded doctors yet on your platform? And if so, how much are you, is there a payment option between yourself and the doctors? And if so, how much are you making profit from it? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. So currently the project is on the developing stage, and I haven't tried to sell the idea to any doctor or any healthcare professional that I would like them to be part of the project. So meaning after the getting money is when they will be starting to lobby them into the project and make sure that I sell the idea to them, so that when the application is functioning, their practice, they are available on the app, so that when these mothers are being referred to the doctor, the whole information of a doctor is available.
In terms of apps generate money from advertising revenue. So I see yours generating money from the downloads. Maybe you need to look, because most of the apps are downloaded for free and they generate money from advertising revenue. So maybe you need to look in terms of your revenue generation, because I don't think the 30 Rand would work in the market.
Thank you.
Maybe two quick questions. The one is really, it applies to yourself and I guess people that come or coming after you. In the 5 minutes that you get to speak to us, spend time explaining your solution. It will help. Now let me get back to your pitch. So you kick off with stunting, linked to malnutrition, diarrhea. You end off with how we're solving diarrhea and flu and other things. So with diarrhea, we can reduce from 3 to 1 in a year. With flu and these other things you mentioned, from 8 to 4. You see, what gives you credibility to speak to these things is the extent to which these ideas of yours have been tested to actually solve the problem. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for the question. Like I said before, the idea haven't been tested anywhere. So I'm saying it's still in the development stage. So I haven't yet having a prototype like where I have tested it through the stools, where I can tell these mothers now the application is functioning well.
Sorry, MC, I don't want to do a two and three. So you've got conceptual reduction to practice, where you apply your mind and say conceptually, here's how this thing is going to work. Once you're done with that, you've got actual reduction to practice. That's where you can tell me about prototyping, which is not what I was asking. But thank you.
Sorry? Okay. Thank you. So through this application, I'm targeting the newly mothers and also the healthcare practitioners. So believing that if the healthcare practitioners, they have this kind of an app through their cell phone, they will be able to detect easy detection of childhood illnesses. So mothers as well, after like I indicated that after giving birth, that's what the mothers that we are targeting.
Is there a particular income group? Is it lower income, middle income, high income that you're targeting specifically, or is it across the board?
Initially, I was targeting the mothers who are having accessible to medical aids.
So middle and upper income.
No, I haven't thought about them because initially I thought the data would be expensive for them to download the application.
Thank you so much, Stanley. Any other questions, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Next, we're going to have Gibela Mzansi app. This is a bus ticketing and tracking application, and the leader of this team is Tobile.
Good day, my name is Tobile Mbambo and I am the co-founder of Discon app. We came about this idea with my friend and I as we were sitting outside a cafe and we could see Metro Police putting tickets on the windscreen of the cars, and every time they would walk past, the tickets would fly off. And my friend also remembered a day when he had received a fine over the mail that he had parked in the wrong place, and he could not remember when he drove the car that day. Then he recalled that he had lent his brother the car that day, which again is unexpected and surprising, which is when we discovered Discon app. Discon app has two apps. It's an app for the general public and an app for law enforcement. The general app is an app that will help the general public to report stolen vehicles, because they will log into their app and then it will register all their details, their personal details and their car details. They'll be able to report their stolen vehicles, pay for tickets instantly as they receive them, receive notification instantly. They will be able to renew their license and get a reminder or notification closer to the expiry date. They will also be able to report plate cloning, and while they pay for their fines, they'll be able to view their offense. For the law enforcement app, the law enforcement will be able to scan the disc of the car, and then it will read the owner of the vehicle and the vehicle details, which will then allow the officer to verify the car details, and they will be able to get stolen car alerts on their app. It will also allow them to detect stolen cars, and they will send instant fines through the app, which then the user will receive on the other end. This app will be linked to all the information that the department has. Discon app will also have a camera feature. The camera feature will allow the officers to take a picture of the offense. If it's parking in the wrong place, the person will be able to see exactly where they had parked and when they've been wrong. This will also minimize many dispute reasons that people have when it comes to contested ticket fines. And one of those dispute reasons are people can say no, they were parked correctly, or they can say there was no way to pay, or they could either say they didn't, or they could say that no, they did not receive the fine, but then the police will have proof for that. The projections we have for the budget we have for the project is 133,000. 25,000 going for system analysis and design, and 108,000 will go to development and testing. This budget will help us develop for iOS phones and Android phones. The projections we have for our project, should we be funded? We use the numbers for Metro Police in Durban. They have an average of 800 tickets a day. When I spoke to the police, one of the police, Metro Police, they said they get at about 1,000, they send out about 1,000 tickets a day. So I use an average of 800. And the minimum tickets they send out is 500 rands. So if we are funded and we get the buy-in from the department, we can provide the service at a 2% rate of every payment that goes through the app. And 2% of 500 rands is 10 rands, which a week could be 56,000 rands, and a year it's 2,688,000 rands. And this is Durban alone. So if we were to get other metros on board, it will be more. And for the public app, we are looking at getting revenue in terms of adverts. Our team comprises of 3 members. Myself, I'm an LLB student at UNISA. I was the second runner-up in 2017 for the Youth Innovation Challenge that was hosted by Innovate Durban, and second runner-up again for the 2018 Innovate Durban Festival Pitching Den. Mfana Mkhize is one of the second members, who is a senior business analyst and an automation analyst. He is currently working at Unilever and is a former staff member at Illovo Sugar. Njabulo Qili is a third member, who is an IT student at eThekwini TVET College currently, and he is also an entrepreneur and has a company which is called Iteshu Group. One of the competition we had discovered is PayCity. PayCity is merely a website where users can visit and pay for their tickets. But then they can only pay for the ticket after they are aware of the ticket. So, which means if they did not see the ticket on their windscreen, they wouldn't know they had a fine. Or if somebody else was using the car that day, they wouldn't know if the person keeps it from them. It also allows them to pay for their license disc, which Diskin also allows. And it allows users to also pay for the utility bill, which is not what we provide at the moment. Diskin has more functionalities and aim to improve in the future. We create relationship between vehicle owner and the department, making it easy for the user and improve on citizen confidence on the Metro Police. Diskin app will help both the general public and the department in terms of making things easy and improving the Metro Police day-to-day job, and give peace of mind to the general public. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Ms. Mbambo, would you come forward and start your questions?
Good afternoon, everyone.
Hi, Ms. Mbambo. Just for the first question, have you, as a law student, considered the POPI Act because you will be having information, personal information of other people on the app, and also your integration and interface with the R2 system? How will that work?
We have we do know of the POPI Act, and we are looking into being very careful with the public's information. And we do know that government or any other municipality do have other service provider. So we will be having other legal ways in order to make sure that public information is kept very safe. And the second question? The second question, please. No, we haven't actually thought about that.
Cool, so thank you so much for your presentation. Also love your outfit.
Homemade.
Wow. So quite, the core component of your solution involves, mass adoption by South African police services, Metro Police, integrating with their current systems. So I'd be interested in your plan or how you're thinking about taking the necessary steps to drive that adoption at that scale.
Yes, that's actually the plan. The reason why we started in Durban is because that's where I'm based, and it's easy for me to get more information than having to travel all over. So if they understand it and they see that it might solve their problem, then I'm sure it can go to other municipalities. Yes.
Cool. Any other questions? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next presentation, the Digital Taxi Money App by Rendani. Can we cue the Digital Taxi Money App, please?
My name is Rendani, and then the name of my pitch is Digital Taxi Money App. Paying your taxi fee made easy. Background. Vusi takes a taxi to work every morning. Almost every day, Vusi waits for about 10 to 15 minutes for the taxi to get full. One morning, before the taxi is full, Vusi realizes that he does not have cash on him, therefore he has to get off. Vusi rushes to the ATM to withdraw money for his taxi fee. Luckily, he manages to get another taxi, but he's already late, and he pays with the 100 rand note he got from the ATM. However, the taxi driver is angry and starts shouting that Vusi does not have change, and now Vusi is frustrated. Problem worth solving. Did you know that it is estimated that 250 million rands exchanges hands daily in South Africa taxi industry alone? Imagine for a second if all that money could be exchanged through mobile payments. Imagine being able to pay your taxi fee with the power of just one button. Market size. Exact figures are hard to pin down because the taxi industry is unregulated and operates on a cash basis. But it is estimated that there is more than 200,000 minibuses taxis operating in South Africa, generating an estimation of 90 billion in annual revenue. Therefore, on a monthly basis, the minibus taxi industry generates approximately 7.5 billion rand. Competition. Statistics show that a total number of public transport trips stood at 5.4 million per day in 2016, of which 60% were on minibus taxis, 21% were on buses, and 13% were on trains. However, trains have not been operating due to theft and current electricity problems in our country, which is good for the taxi industry. Unfortunately, platforms like Uber, Didi, Bolt, etc., have shown an increase in our community, which is a direct competitor to the taxi industry. Product demo. When using this app, you should be able to link your bank account, top up your account via vouchers you can buy at local supermarkets like ShopRite, Pick n Pay, Spar, etc. Pay with cash for the first few years in order for people to adopt. Have a card payment method for people with no smartphones. When using this app, when you enter a taxi, you will see you in front of every commuter seat, there will be a QR code which will show how much is the trip, describe the taxi, and so forth. Google Maps should be integrated in the app so that commuters can see the distance of the trip, how long it will take, and the route of the trip. Feedback should be available at the end of every trip. Revenue forecast. Since this business idea will be generating income, we will take 5% of each taxi user fee, meaning that in one year, one taxi will generate us 24,192. In 2 years, that one taxi will generate us 48,384. In 3 years' time, that one taxi will generate us 72,576. Also, our app will also make money by advertisement and partnership with government, for example. Customer insight. We have 3 different kinds of customers who will be using this app. We have taxi user, taxi owners, and taxi drivers who have, when we were doing customer interviews, who showed that they have problems, and amongst the problems, for example, with the taxi user, they brought to light that, for example, if I use a taxi every day and I don't see why I should use this app. For taxi users, 1, for better user experience, for convenience, and for safety. Taxi owner, I own 8 taxis and make a lot of money. Why should I consider this app? 1, be able to manage your taxis, track record of employees, help with the recruitment of competent drivers. Taxi drivers, I am a taxi driver and the current system works. Why use this app? Enhance working condition, pay UIF for every driver who comes to our app. And lastly, safety, which is most important to them. Startup capital. Since we will want to start in all major 3 cities in South Africa, like Johannesburg, CBD, Cape Town, CBD, and Durban, we will need 600,000 for the whole project, 200,000 for each province. This money will be distributed towards marketing, app development, taxi equipment like tablet for the taxi driver, and taxi QR code installation, etc. At this point, however, we will only ask for 100,000, in which we will start our operations in Johannesburg. But at a later stage, we will branch out to other cities. Additional information. Given South Africa's high unemployment and poverty rates, the importance of the taxi industry should not be underestimated. Therefore, this idea will create more job opportunities. This app will also assist our government to fight the spread of COVID-19 inside taxis, since using this app reduces human contact. We will also we have also seen how developed countries in the beginning of the pandemic managed to trace movements of people who had COVID-19 in order to stop the spread of the virus. Therefore, this app can also be used in that manner. Team. You can't have a million rand dream with a minimal work ethic. Rendani Modao, final year at UNISA Bachelor of Laws, CEO and Director of Solution Business Trading, NYDA Entrepreneurship Development Program Certificate, more than 3 years experience of being an entrepreneur, and managed to work with Johannesburg Road Agency, City of Johannesburg, Transnet, Metropolitan Health, etc. Food One Nontanta Kalane, Advanced Diploma in Chemical Engineering, final semester student, CFO and Director of Solutions Business Trading, current employed with Mintech and have managed a big project. More than 3 years experience of being an entrepreneur, and managed to work with Johannesburg Road Agency, City of Johannesburg, Transnet, and Metropolitan Health. Thank you, everyone, for your time.
Thank you so much. Please come up, Rendani. It's all yours, sir.
Thank you, Rendani, for your presentation. Just 2 quick questions. What you are doing has the net effect of improving the completeness of the sales process in the taxi industry. That's what we are doing effectively.
Yes.
In whose interest is that? We know the dynamics in that market. We know the caminas in that market. We know the dynamics between owners and taxi drivers. So who does that serve? Number one. Now the second thing here is that have you checked similar attempts to introduce this sort of thing in this industry? Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much for your questions. Firstly, who does it serve? Actually, it serves all three customers, as I mentioned. It serves the taxi user, who it enhances their experience, and then it also improves the taxi drivers, in which in this instance you can't be driving and exchanging change at the same time. It also brings a better experience inside the taxi. And then finally, the taxi owners, because in my experience, for example, there was a taxi owner who said, you should bring my check-in to his driver at the end of the month. So the driver of that taxi in that particular month decided to take the whole money and run away. So he lost and left the taxi. So in that instance, the taxi owner can be able to track the drivers, see their activities, how much they made, how much taxis, how much the taxi made in that actual day.
Please focus on the buying decision. Who must agree for this to work? Because not all of them take the same way.
Okay. Okay, who has more weight is the taxi owners, but at the same time, the taxi drivers as well have a... All right.
I've got a follow-up question to what Brian is asking, because from your research in doing this product, have you talked to taxi associations like Santago, and also understanding that in terms of the routes that the taxis do, where are you going to get the feed of the routes from if you haven't done any interaction with taxi associations?
At the moment, I haven't done any interaction with the taxi associations, but however, I've done a few interviews with taxi drivers, taxi users, and taxi owners, in which I got from them that they had those, I put problems that they had with the app, like why should they use the app, because it's working, the system. So I try to show them that the app improves even robbery inside the taxis. Even you as a taxi user, sometimes you're not safe, especially for ladies. Imagine you're taking a taxi at night, it's only guys inside. You don't feel safe. So if that app has that data showing that Pumzile took a taxi at this time with this registration and whatever time, we can be able to trace that as well.
Sorry.
Sorry? Oh, the taxi drivers are actually, they had a problem with the 5% of me taking for every taxi user cut. So that's why I even introduced the paying UIF for them, saying if every driver who comes and adopts the system, I'll be able to pay UIF, so that whenever they lose a job, imagine working for 5 years, and then after 5 years your job is, something happens, whatever, the taxi is dead, and then you have no income. You have to be looking for another job, but still you have no income because they are not protected. There's no any other form of protection for taxi drivers. So that's why I'm introducing that to them.
I've got a comment and a question. I think you need to take the feedback coming from the floor and from the judges very, very seriously, particularly when it comes to stakeholder engagement. You see, the taxi industry has been in existence for many years. Yes. To date, we still don't have a payment system that is automated. It's not rocket science. Yeah. There's a resistance. Yeah. And there's reasons why there's that resistance. So I think, to the point of the two gentlemen, take time to engage the taxi association, sit down with them, because ultimately that's going to be your client or your project sponsor. Yeah, if you don't have them on board, Chief, it will be a noble idea, but will not be implemented. So I hear you're responding to the feedback. Try and reflect on what is being said from the floor, because that industry is very complex. Yeah, it's very complex. Having worked in the banking industry, interacting with taxi drivers, it's not a walk in the park, but it's a fantastic idea. Yeah.
Yeah, because I know that I'm trying to open a can of worms here. So with that, like I said, if I can able to make a mark in the industry, like it's gonna go off, like yeah.
Sorry, I just have a quick comment. I think it's a great idea. I always worry about people demotivating, or rather saying it's a difficult industry to penetrate. If you have the boldness and the energy to do it, go for it. That industry needs innovation badly. What I wanted to ask as well is the fact that would this app be zero rated? I just think it would make sense, because if I forget to withdraw money, chances are I probably didn't buy data to access the app anyway. So that's just what I wanted to ask.
Because like this, for example, there are innovations of taxi Wi-Fi. Like some taxis nowadays, they do have Wi-Fi inside, so we can do partnership with those taxis that the guys who do Wi-Fi inside taxis, asking them if we can do partnership so that whenever you don't have data and you're inside the taxi, you can be able to access that free Wi-Fi.
Cool. Can I ask you, with regards to your business model, you essentially saying you're going to take money from the people in the taxi.
Yeah.
You're going to hold this money somewhere, and you're going to give it to the taxi owners, minus 5%. So that's payment gateways.
Yeah.
So what is your strategy or plan as to which payment gateway you're going to be using? Because the reason I'm asking is that they also take a cut.
Yeah, from taxi.
Yes, so it might end up being the 5% of yours, their normal 3 to 5%, depending which payment gateway. How are you going to go about doing that?
Okay, so remember, right, taxi drivers, they have a specific check. They call it check. They want a day. They might say, one would say, I want 1,000 a day.
Yeah.
So if they say the driver reaches that 1,000, because all that amount will get into their drivers, you will have access to that cash, because they will need to pour in petrol and stuff like that. It will be in their drivers' access and control. And then after each and every day, the amount that has to go to the driver, automatically to the owner, automatically it goes into the owner's account, business account, whatever.
On a daily basis, you'll make the payments.
Yeah, but the payment during the day, during everything, it's in the control of the driver throughout the card system, going to pay petrol, whatever, yeah.
So, sorry, this is very fascinating for me. So you say the money, as it gets paid by the customer, sits in like an e-wallet type of situation, where the driver is able to use it while doing the services for that day to buy petrol, and at the end of the day, that e-wallet transfers into a bank account, so the owner of the taxi can now have the money. Is that what you say?
Yes. For example, I was even thinking of maybe partnership, making partnership with Time Bank, because we have this Time Bank app, saying the taxi driver should have a bank account with Time Bank. That's how money will be transferred every time it comes into the app. It goes directly to his app, but it will be some sort of payment. And afterwards, after each and every day, let's just say 1,000 is a check-in for the driver. That 1,000 goes in, and then whatever he made extra, it's his money.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir. I would suggest that you investigate the payment gateways, because I don't think that's how they work.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, just one quick comment. I think something that I'm an expert in using taxis, right? So I think the one thing that you definitely want to take into consideration is the time that this whole process will take, from the payment to whether the taxi driver checking that it actually processes, because the reason why, like taxi drivers don't like handling the cash, and that's why you have that calculator, who's the other passenger, and they handle all of that, right? So I think also think about the time it'll take, because time is money, and that's what they operate on. Because also, not all taxi drivers stem from or start their destination at the taxi rank, which is where I'm guessing also that's when they'll actually process and, with the phones and everything. But there are some stops which are like by a freeway or, by the robots or something. Like the consideration that you should just keep that in mind in terms of the time element, whether they're handling it or whether the passenger, who's the processor of that whole money is taking into consideration. So have you taken that into mind?
Yeah, that's why I said in front of every commuter seat, they will have a QR code. So let's just say taxi comes from Joburg to maybe Midrand, and then someone get off, and then when they get off, a seat is unoccupied, right? So when a next person comes in the taxi, has to scan the QR code, and then payment would have. I was thinking in my mind that maybe they would have some sort of tablet where it shows seat what paid, seat what that's it. So nobody has to be calculating or whatever. It simplifies everyone's experience inside the taxi. That's it.
Cool. Any other questions for Rendani? Thank you so much, sir.
No problem.
Thank you. The next pitch will be from Nomonde, and it's a construction daily diary app.
Hi everyone, I am Nomonde Huma and I am the founder of Construction Daily Diary. Construction Daily Diary is a data model platform for contractors of CRDB grading 1 to CRDB grading 9. So we help contractors select the best suitable material suppliers before they commit to any production decisions. So on the 1st of November, the South African Republic held its annual municipal elections. So the burning questions and hot topics that trended leading to the elections was the state of our poor infrastructure and lack thereof accountability in the municipal offices. Is the problem really at the municipal offices, or is it with the contractor? Contractors have a number of challenges that they face on a daily. The challenges that affect a contractor is keeping the project duration within the specified time, managing his or her budget, and finishing all the works that were in the scope of works. So it's no wonder that most infrastructure projects get delayed and service delivery fails. And that's why we created Construction Daily Diary. You can think of Construction Daily Diary as a giant construction focus group. So here is how it works. Users come to our platform, downloadable on Apple App Store or Google Play, and provide their company details in the login panel and awarded contract information. We take that information and pass it on to the material supplies database and tell our construction company partners who is the best supplier for the job, and produce automated invoices. Companies. So there is over 800 million allocated from the National Treasury annually on infrastructure development. So there is room for improvement, and we tend on providing that service. In our way of making money, we intend of making money through the Construction Daily Diary by providing a yearly or quarterly subscription of 1,590 yearly, provide dynamic consulting to our material suppliers, and that would be dependent on the value of works that they have. And of course, we intend on earning a royalty of at least 5% of all the purchases that a contractor makes on our model. In our research, we found that construction technology is present and the target market for key role players such as RIP CCS, Tribble, and Civil Soft are only catering for highly skilled professionals. The market has not served informal professionals. That is why construction daily diary is the need in the industry. Our vision is to empower the ordinary contractor and to provide them with sustainable livelihoods. Our big ask is funding in branding our business professionally, developing the software, and testing out the market, and lastly, to access key industry leaders to make our model a success. We will win because we are product developers, construction specialists with our team members, myself, Nomonde Huma, as I have 8 years in the industry and have visited over 70 active construction sites. And I am the CEO and founder of Meklape SC Management that specializes in subcontractor management, and Mr. Clarence Tavede, who holds a degree in information technology and founder of Tavede Media. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ms. Huma, could you please come forward?
Hi, Nomonde. What's your traction thus far?
Afternoon, everyone. Our project is still on idea stage, but the traction we have gained in the past 6 months is 2 of my past employers, which is Power Construction and the Department of Public Works. The directors have heard my pitch and they agree with me that there is a need for such in the industry. And also we've identified 45 companies that after the model has been prepared and ready, we will be testing it with those 45 companies.
Thanks, Norman. Just another question, because this is not a new technology, because there are websites that do the very same thing. If you search on the site, especially when you're looking to do renovations and other factors. So with your technology, what is new that you are bringing on the table?
Okay. We are targeting a niche market of CIDB grading 1 CE to CIDB grading 9. So these are companies that have a revenue, CIDB 1, starting with 200,000 and 9, 130 million. What we bring is not highly specialized models that are only used for people that have a degree or a master's degree. This is a simple model that will be easily used by somebody who doesn't have a qualification. I think we can all agree that most contractors and the construction industry is an industry that is very easy to get into for yourself to have a livelihood and to have a job. And majority of our people are in that line of business. But do they afford to hire a site clerk, for instance, if they win a tender for 200,000 Rand? A contractor that is in a CIDB level 1 would not have the expertise to know fully how the entire project works and to hire everyone that he needs in order to complete the work successfully. So we bring into the market where anyone that is educated with construction or engineering can use the app, and you're highly skilled people.
Thank you for the presentation, very professional. So I have a question just to clarify the core problem that you're solving. And essentially, your solution is acting as a marketplace that connects construction contractors with suppliers. So it's a double-sided marketplace serving that kind of that problem, which is that construction contractors can't find the right suppliers.
Yes, and the value in our model is you will have an active site clerk. So if you can't afford to have a site clerk or anyone that does your admin, that in construction they use traditional methods in order to order material, get the purchase order in place and getting it to the supplier and then the actual material actually getting on site. So we are providing you with a virtual site clerk.
Okay, I understand that value. How have you validated that that is the core problem for construction contractors, that they don't have suppliers? I mean, I'm assuming that if you do win a tender, one of the questions that you would need to answer in order to win that tender is that you can show how you would execute the project, and how, you would need some kind of evidence of your suppliers within that process. So I'm asking about, validating that that really is the problem that kind of your construction contractors have, is not knowing who their suppliers are.
Okay. I just want to mention an example. A CRDB grading 9 contractor gets a 100 million rand project, right? And in most cases for government jobs, they would have to outsource maybe 30% of the works, and that's where the challenges come in when you need to subcontract work. You have your parent primary contractor, which has the 100 million, and they need to upskill and work with subcontractors, and that's where most of the challenges are. Does a contractor have time to I'm looking for, yes, I'm looking for a word. Does a big contractor have time to look after a subcontractor, because they're also after their own deadlines? And with construction daily diary, if I'm new to the industry and I don't know admin of construction, you would easily compute everything and have your records of everything that you've done. And in terms of invoicing, in terms of if you get asked, where are you in your project, you would go on your diary and all the information would pop up. So it is directed to the contractor that is new to the industry. Yes.
Oh, please go on.
Sorry, I have a follow-up comment, and I think should you get this right, 100% right, you'd solve not just that problem which you've identified, but another problem whereby subcontractors, it's hard for them to raise capital to execute on projects. Now, if you have an automated system and you can see the whole, in terms of project plan, procurement, where the money is going, and the milestones, I think it would help financiers be able to see a CB, you said level 1, business, how they're doing, because at times they don't have that background or company profile to demonstrate success or past success or portfolio. So I think if you can get it right, it will also help us financiers, finance small businesses and contractors. Thanks.
Thanks, ma'am. So the comment I have, not a question, as I was saying, is that you've got your CIBD grading from 1 to 9. 1 being your lowest, you're building toilets, and at 9 you are building, massive infrastructure. Now there's a value gradient. In other words, for important things like making sure that anyone doesn't collapse when cars are driving under Creighton Drive bridge, you can't give it to a CIBD 1 person. Now where I'm going with it is that in that value gradient, room for mistake is accommodated naturally by definition of those CIBD 1 up to 9. Now, what I would like to understand, or perhaps what you must make clear going forward, because I'm not asking a question, I'm making a comment, is what's the cost of not doing this? We've seen what happens when people don't, deliver good workmanship. Potholes don't get fixed, tar roads get eroded. It's not an issue of, it's just a workmanship issue, right? So it'll be clear in your idea to really see the cost of not doing what you are saying against the very same gradient of value which is used to create people. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Nomonde, before you go, I've got a comment and a question for you. So in your presentation and as well as your answers, you've indicated largely that this app is for subbies, yet your target market ranges from CIBD 1 to 9. Do you maybe want to refine your target markets to saying 1 to 3 or 1 to 5, because that is actually where your app would be most used and most needed, because a CIBD grading 9 has back office staff to actually do most of these things that you are saying, while a subby that will be on the project as a subcontractor might not have. So maybe if you shrink your market to niching with these guys, you might find more traction and a better strategy for route to market.
Thank you. The model for me in my head would be targeting the companies with the money, because they also work with your CIDB grading 1 to 5. Mm-hmm. Now, in targeting them, they would be my primary source of clients, right? However, they will introduce me to their CIDB 1 and grading 5 contractors.
So the big companies would be the payer, while the subbies would be the user?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. They're at 9.
Okay. No, that's cool. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Next on our agenda is Kagiso and the cyber safety snakes and ladders. Cyber safety snakes and ladders by Kagiso.
Hello, everybody. I trust everything is going all right. Today, I'm presenting my innovation, which is called Cyber Safety Snakes and Ladders. And essentially, what this is that it's a board and card game which intends to make children and young people safer and smarter online. So before I kick off my presentation, I'm going to give you a background about myself. I am currently doing my MBA at the University of London. But before that, I completed my Master of Science in Computing at UNISA last year, 2020. And I'm also currently registered for a PhD, which is looking into game-based learning. And this is where the idea of this cyber safety snakes and ladder came about. The focus of my PhD is around cyber safety awareness and ways of making kids safer and smarter online. My professional background is that of a business analyst. I have well over 10,000 hours of business analysis experience. So analyzing problems and identifying opportunities has been the main work that I've been doing throughout my career. So it comes almost intuitive for me. Okay. So that's it for the background. And next, I'll go to the pain or the problem which I'm willing or seeking to address. Currently, children and young people love using the internet, but unfortunately, they're not well aware of the risks and the hazards that are on the internet. As you can see on the slide, I have young people there interacting with their mobile devices, and this is pretty much what they love doing in recent times. The problem with this, and I'll reiterate, is that young people and children are not aware of the hazards that exist in cyberspace or how to protect themselves. Now, this slide shows the different types of risks which children can face online, and I will just briefly touch on them. They're broken into content, contact, conduct, and contract risks. For example, content risks would be pornography and similar websites, and conduct risk would be sexual harassment or bullying. So these are the universe of risks which young people and children face online, but as I said, a lot of them are not aware of these risks or how to protect themselves against these risks. Just to give you an idea of how children and young people use the internet, younger children, let's say ages 9 and less, use the internet for downloading and playing games. Younger children, younger youth, let's say, under the age of 18, they use the internet for watching video clips or listening to music. Now the slides show you that in South Africa there's about 20 million children under the age of 20, and this is approximately a third of the population as of 2018. Now, just to put things into perspective, this slide is saying in South Africa there's roughly 20 million people who are faced or exposed to online risks, which they are not aware of or do not know how to protect themselves. Now, this is a very significant number, and as such, measures need to be in place to make sure that children and young people are aware of these risks and that they become equipped on how to protect themselves. The solution which I propose and the innovation that I'm presenting today is called the Cyber Safety Snakes and Ladders. And essentially what this is it's a board and card game. It's a combination of a board and card game. And its objective is to make children and youth safer and smarter online. It equips them with the knowledge to protect themselves. And as we all know, knowledge is power. If you don't have the knowledge, you cannot apply certain things. So this game gives you, all the children, the knowledge to protect themselves online. Now, this cyber safety awareness game is underpinned by two theories which were developed in the 1950s. The first one is Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And essentially what this model does is depict the needs of a human being from the most basic to the most advanced. The basic being physiological needs such as food and water to self-actualization. Now, the game that I'm presenting, or the innovation that I'm presenting today, speaks to the second level of Maslow's hierarchy of needs, which is the need for safety. Now, every individual or person needs to be safe in their space, whether it's a physical space or it's the cyberspace online. So this game directly speaks to this second level of Maslow's hierarchy of needs and seeks to promote an individual's or a group of people, seeks to improve their safety and their security. Now, this is the first model which the game or the innovation is speaking to. The second model, which the innovation addresses is Bloom's taxonomy. Now, Bloom's taxonomy, loosely speaking, has 6 levels on which an individual can learn or how they can think, their cognitive level or their cognitive process. Now, this particular game addresses the most basic level of Bloom's taxonomy, which is to know or to remember or to recall. Because as we'll see in the demo, the game requires players to remember the certain concepts, cyber safety concepts, which will be contained inside the cards. So to reiterate, this game speaks to the remember cognitive level or cognitive process of Bloom's taxonomy, which is important because remember, if you cannot recall facts or basic concepts, it would be very difficult for somebody to go and apply them online in cyberspace, which is the 3rd level of the taxonomy. All right. Just to recap, the innovation is underpinned by 2 very important models, which are Maslow's hierarchy of needs, and specifically deals with the safety aspect of that model, and Bloom's taxonomy, which deals with the basic cognitive level of learning, which is to remember or to recall facts. Right. Now, just to give you a demo of how the game is played. The game consists of a traditional cyber safety board, and it's got a deck of 60 custom-made cards, and these cards have text inside. These cards have a question and an answer and a required action, and all this information addresses cyber safety awareness. Just to kick off the demo, the first player will draw a card. Once they've drawn the card, they will then read aloud the question, the answer, and the required action on the inside of the card. The required action, as I've alluded to, is the desired action which we want children or learners to perform online. Now, suppose a learner or a person has drawn card number 4. Then they will move on the board, they will move their piece 4 places starting from 1 to 4, and this will elevate them to 25. This is simple, straightforward cyber snakes and ladders as we know it traditionally. But the thing is, these cards with cyber safety information or knowledge replaces the dice. Now, the game has 2 challenges which make the game more fun and interesting. The first challenge is that once a game has been played twice using either of the 4 methods, the game has 4 ways you can play it. So once it's been played multiple times, then the player will just read aloud the question, and the rest of the players will then try to recall or remember the answer or the required action. For example, the question could be, how can I protect myself online? An answer to that would be, use a solid password. And required action would be, your password must have special characters and numbers and must be a random passphrase. So the memory aspect of the game is the one challenging aspect of the game because the player is required to remember from their knowledge. Now remember, I said the game speaks to Bloom's taxonomy, and particularly the first level, which deals with recalling and remembering. This is where the challenge lies in the game, because the player now has to remember certain facts which are contained inside the text of the card. So that makes it challenging and more fun. The player, once the question has been asked, the player with the correct answer moves their pieces correctly. The second challenge is how the game is won. Suppose now the player is on block number 95 at the top there, a player needs to draw the exact number of the card to win. For example, if you're on 95, you need to draw card number 5 so that you go and hit 100 and win. But if a player doesn't do that, let's say they go in excess and draw card number 6, then they will count 5 blocks to 100 and then bounce back 1 block because the 1 is excess, and then they will land to 99. So this bounce back mechanism is a second challenging aspect of the game, which makes it more interesting and fun because it's not easy and straightforward to win. There's a bit of a challenging element to that.
Thank you so much. Again, due to time constraints, we're going to cut that one a little bit. And you can still get it available from us if you want to listen to the rest of that presentation. Mr. Mabitla, could you come up, sir, and you can answer some of the questions relating to your presentation.
Thank you for the presentation. I think you focused too much on your problem and you never really touched on the important, like you never sold your idea to us. So I'd like to actually understand what is your market analysis? Have you actually tested it? And what's your target market? Because I'm looking at the game and I don't think a child who's 8 years would really, you know, and also your competitive advantage, all of that, because you didn't really sell it. You focused too much on the problem.
Okay. Thank you very much. Before I get to the answer, just in line with the fun and game theme of the presentation, everybody here has got a coaster in front of them. So in my response to your questions, I will give 3 of the words. It's a game of bingo. You'll match the words either up and down diagonally, and the first one wins. In terms of the target market, this is dealing with ordinary kids. And the important thing about this game is that it's not only a teaching tool, but then more specifically with kids, it's an opportunity for parents to bond with the younger children, as it gives a parent to spend time with their child while playing the game. Another important thing, and especially with regards to smaller children, this game will enhance their reading skills as they will try to read the information that's on the card. So this game enhances smaller children's literacy skills, the reading skills. But not only that, it also enhances their numeracy skills because they'll be counting and moving their pieces around accordingly. In terms of the market, I did specify that there's about 20 million children in the country, which are potential targets of this game. But obviously the games will be purchased by the parents who have the purchasing power. So the primary target market would be the parents who have the purchasing power. The next question, sorry I missed it.
It was just your competitive advantage because, I mean, like the gaming sector is booming and I'm looking at the game.
Yes.
What will make the customer want to use that application?
Okay. So the advantage of this game is that it's based on a well-known snake and ladders game, but then with a modern twist because the subject matter is current. So using or leaning on the traditional game, which everybody knows and understands, that sort of gives the game an advantage over a game which would be totally unfamiliar, which would have to be learned from scratch. And I think that makes the game groundbreaking.
Right, just two quick questions. Two quick questions from me. So, Kagiso, ne?
Kagiso, yes.
Yeah, Kagiso, allow me to start the question in this particular way. The claim made, just by reading the title of the presentation, is cyber safety, cyber security.
That's right.
And I happen to come from that environment exactly. So I see somewhat of a leap in deduction in putting cybersecurity to everything I've had today. Because, for example, in answering here, you spoke about literacy improvement, numeracy improvement, and all of that is things, are things that are removed from the main claim in your pitch. So let's remove the leap in deduction interpretation and make the nexus very clear that what makes the pitch stick in terms of cyber security is ABC. Work on that. The second thing here is that moving away from technical merit questions, the only way this will work, provided there's no challenge on the first question, is if you strike a deal with the owners of snakes and ladders. Explore what sort of requirements you would have to meet to be able to be associated with your brand. Explore what sort of payment structures will be involved. There's a number of things that you must explore that will give you the right to be associated with a big brand like Snakes and Ladders. Thank you so much.
Yes. Just to answer that last question, I think, yes, definitely that's valid, and I do consider that. And I think the fact that this is an educational game which is trying to raise awareness about a pertinent issue regarding online safety, I think the owners or the IP holders would have no issue aligning themselves with such a sorry?
Yeah, don't assume that.
There's a whole universe of people out there working towards similar and the same solution. So do not assume anything, just figure out, because that information is key in how you move forward.
Okay.
Sure, thanks.
All right, for sure. Okay, given that as well, the game could be adapted to be similar to Snakes and Ladder. It doesn't have to use the name Snakes and Ladder. The same logic can still apply, but calling it something different. But the essence of the game will still hold. Also, another thing as well, the remaining slides of the presentation show that this game has two phases. The first one is manual, which is paper-based. So you can play it offline using a paper, cards, and your pieces. And the second phase is to digitize the game to enable people to play it online.
Hi, Kakis. I think I'll echo my colleague's sentiments around the 5 minutes that you had and the 3 minutes that you spent on, just explaining your problem. I think definitely kind of like look into cutting into that, because then we have remaining all of these questions that you could have answered. The first question is just speak to your business model, how you're making money, and then also your traction that you've had thus far. And then also you claim as well to make people smarter, or to make the youth or whichever participants are going to be engaging with your game to make them smarter. How are you going to ensure that? What systems that do you have in place in design that?
Okay. The smarter aspect, to assess that would be pretty straightforward, because you can assess a person's knowledge pre the game and post the game. For example, I could ask you a question now, or a set of questions, and you play the game, then ask you the same question after that. So that could assess my level of knowledge gained before and after the game. So in a way, that's contributing to making a person wiser than they were before playing the game. From a revenue model, that was documented in the remaining slides. Like I said before, it's an online game and an offline game. So the online game, the aim is to produce it at 100 Rand and to sell it for 100% profit margin at 200 Rand. The digital aspect of the game is to use traditional advertising, because it will be played for free online with advertising targeted at children, being the revenue source. So we'll use that online model and leverage that as a revenue source.
And then what have you done thus far, traction?
So far, I've tested the game amongst smaller children, and the response has been fantastic. They love the game, they enjoy the game, and the idea is to expand testing it further, and obviously ultimately securing funding to develop the game and get it sold worldwide.
Thank you so much. I want to comment, and also something that Mahlatse had asked. Firstly, the age grouping that you said, smaller kids, what is that range?
Okay. I think the one slide said children less than 9 years of age.
Okay. And they have cognitive ability to read all of this and be able to apply it?
Yes, yes, definitely. So the 60 cards will have straightforward plain English, which would be understood by small children. And also that's another novelty with this game, because now it's not only teaching them the basic stuff at school, but it's also expanding their vocabulary and also pushing them as well. But it's using straightforward, simple English, which a grade 8 child could easily understand.
Grade 8 or 8 years old?
Sorry, 8-year-old, yes.
Okay, cool, thank you. The last question is on unique proposition that this game has, as opposed to its named after competitor, which is Snakes and Ladder. So
yes.
If I'm standing there as a parent and I'm like, which game must I buy my kid?
Okay.
What will make me go to yours?
Okay. The educational aspect of the game will definitely sway a parent to get into this product, because not only is it groundbreaking, and you can play it online and offline, but we leverage the existing platform of Snake and Ladder to raise awareness about a pertinent issue in modern times. Okay. Has anybody picked up the words? I think I've mentioned. No. Okay. All right. Just to give it away, I mentioned the words groundbreaking, leverage, and offline. All three words I mentioned about at least 3 times. I'll try to do that. Okay.
Very brilliant. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next on the agenda, we're going to have Lunga Paliso, and the presentation is on waterless maize meal. Waterless maize meal by Lunga.
My name is Lunga Paliso. I am the CEO and founder of Waterless Maize Meal. Yes, you heard me. Waterless maize meal. I need you to take a moment and imagine wanting to cook a meal for your family. But, yes, but, to your surprise, there's no water. What will you do? Will you walk for hours, kilometers to fetch water? Well, that's the problem with the traditional maize meal, because they use approximately 2 liters of water in a large saucepan. Not only that, they have where it is the most on your wallet. You end up paying your water bill. Not only that, your traditional maize meal is not fortified with nutrients like your vitamin K, your antioxidant, as well as anti-inflammatory. Worry not. Waterless maize meal allows you to cook pap without a drop of water, allowing our customers to serve their meals on time. Yes, you will serve your meal on time. 10 is 10. You will also save a little bit of money. Our maize meal also prevents certain diseases like your depression, heart diseases, and certain types of cancer. One may ask, why? Why now, Lunga? According to Mail and Guardian on the 21st last month. South Africa's next crisis is water. It's far rolling. Its impact will be more than the power outages are currently facing. The emerging reality for many residents in small towns, rural areas, and cities is that their day zero is looming or is already here. With waterless maize meal, you will be able to save water. There is no doubt that in our schools and Chisanyama, we use a lot of water. In my school, for example, where I'm currently working as a teacher, we are having 441 learners, and our meal servers uses 40 liters of water to cook pap. How it works? How will the waterless maize meal work? Our maize meal is mixed with polymers. These polymers have been immersed to water extracted from celery as well as cucumbers. Now, how do you cook your pap? You bring your saucepan to a hot stove, yes. Then you add 1 cup of maize. You don't add water. Then as we move along, you can add a little bit of salt for taste. Now, remember, when the polymer catches heat, it will release the water. So now at number 4, you will stir vigorously so that you get rid of those lumps. Then lastly, close your pot for about 20 minutes so that your porridge can be simmer. As easy as that. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now, our market potential. We are targeting the National Schools Nutrition Program as well as Chisanyam. According to the National Schools Nutrition, pap must be served twice in a week. The Chisanyamas, in our country, we have 300 stores, and its customers spend 2 million rands each and every month. So there is a market for waterless maize meal. Remember, inyama goes well with pap. So in schools, pap is being eaten twice a week. So we are targeting the Chisanyamas as well as the schools. Now, what separates us? What separates us is that our maize meal is fortified with your vitamin K, your anti-inflammatory, potassium, as well as antioxidants. Also, you cook your pap without using a drop of water. Yes. Our business model is as follows. How are we going to gather our customers? Through advertisement, through emails, as well as through our distribution partner. Now, in order to get our user information, we are doing a research. We are busy doing a research. We've done the research. Also, we get the user information through client referrals, also through social media. That's how we are going to gather user information for this product. Now, our traction progress to date, we've provisionally filed for a patent. I've also recruited 2 advisors. They are the best in the business. I've also approached the Kwantuma Department of Education and pitched for them, and they've shown an interest. Where to from here? What's next? I'm conducting, or we are busy conducting a clinical trial. We are sourcing polymers. Also, we are seeking approval with the South African food. We are also looking to recruit competent human resource. My team is made of 2 advisors. That is Dr. Luyanda Nonto, a seasoned researcher with years of research in physics and chemistry. Luyanda guides the innovation. Our next advisor is Siyabonga Siya. Siya has directed NPOs and NGOs. Siya's lead our team to sustainable growth. Our vision, our aim is to be the leading customer and consumer-centered manufacturer of maize meal in Africa. To be the best, we have to deliver the best. For this to be true, we need funding. We need funding for growth. We need funding for further development of the project. Thank you. To get hold of us, you can contact us on the following options: on 071-139-075, or send us an email. We'll be delighted to assist you. Thank you very much.
Mr. Paliso, that was incredible. Thank you, sir. Please do come to the front. I felt that I was schooled by a proper teacher.
Yeah.
I know the content of your please go on,
Right.
sir.
Just to, I guess, a comment and a question, but let me kick off with a comment. So I must say this is a very unique pitch in terms of a lot of what I heard today. Now, you actually are hitting a number of birds with one stone. Now, from a messaging standpoint, I would go further to say we are in a water scarce country. I think everybody knows that. And sanitation is a problem. We've got water leaks problems everywhere. I think we're not getting a drop of extra water until 2025 when Lesotho Dam comes on stream. The point I'm making here is that if you are able to correlate the extent to which meal supply is curtailed by access to water problems, then you are headed somewhere. Secondly, if you've been able to make this pap the way that you want to make it and tasted it, and there's no big deviation in terms of what people are used to, again, there you've got a big winner. Now, your route to market is also very clear. You've got feeding schemes, and I can confirm that the nutritional value of current pap as we have it is poor. But it's a staple food, it's cultural, you can't mess with that. If you are able to have these claims hold at large scale, this can only fly. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
I feel like saying amen after after your presentation, but thank you so much for it. As a pap eater myself, does the solution affect the taste of pap? Because you did mention that there's the cucumber and all of these other variants that you're adding to it. Does it affect the taste at all?
Not at all, ma'am. Not at all. The water extracted from cucumber as well as the celery, they don't alter the taste you are used to. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much for that wonderful presentation. You mentioned in your slide, when you spoke about traction, that the Department of Education has shown interest. In what way has that interest been expressed? Is it an LOI? Is it a contract? Can you elaborate on that? First question.
Okay. As the coordinators were having monthly meetings, so as coordinators of Nutrition Schools program, we gather. So I've asked for 2 minutes a time from them. Then I explained the solution. Because where I'm staying, we are using water from Jojo tanks. So if there is no rain at that time, so
we won't serve, or our mill servers will have to walk for a certain distance to get water. So they were keen. They were keen. They say, after you are done with your trials, come with it. So they are keen. They are keen.
Have they expressed that in a letter, a formal letter to you?
Okay.
Yes.
No, it was just the feedback I got.
Verbal, okay,
Yes,
no problem. Then the other question that I wanted to ask is, are you in the agro-processing space? Where are you getting the maize supply? Are you doing the primary agriculture of the maize, then obviously processing it, and then taking it to the market? So I want to understand, in the event that you struggle to find supply, then how are you mitigating that?
Thanks for that question. I knew it will pop up. For now, I'm using a White Star. I'm still using a White Star. Then, if the solution is what will be approved, I think then I will then think of producing the meal myself. But for now, I'm already using the White Star, which is already on the market. Then from there, I'm enhancing it, moving forward. Hence, on my slide, I've indicated that I want to partner with them because they are fully capacitated when it comes to the production.
Then one last question. This is the last one, I promise. You mentioned that you're busy with your patent. How far are you on that?
I beg yours?
You're busy with your patent. You're patenting your idea.
Yes, we filed it and paid that 800 and something. We've already filed for it. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Just one more question. I've got a question about the supply that you get for, is it polymer? Can you tell me, because you talked about cucumbers and where you mix it and you get water from that. How is that supply? Because without that supply, then you can't have the pulp. How is that supply? Is it there for you and there's no scarcity in terms of that supply?
Thanks a lot for the question. We are sourcing these polymers through Alibaba. So they are from China. So we've sourced them for clinical trials. So once everything is smooth and running, then we think that we will partner with other companies. So here in South Africa, the ones that we produce are not edible. So hence we opted for China.
So just to clarify 100%, you've actually created this, you've actually made it, you've tasted it, you've eaten it, you've sourced the whole process. So it does in a form exist, in an edible form at the moment?
Yes, I've tasted it.
Okay, and what is your costs associated with it? Because I know at the moment, in this early stage, you said you're you're using an existing brand, you're importing the polymers. Do you think at all that, what is your cost structure? And do you think that affects your ability to become the #1 supplier in South Africa?
The cost of the polymers, 50 grams is around 310. So a cucumber as well as a celery, I spent, if I'm not mistaken, I spent something like 300. So I then extracted the water out, then immerse the polymers through them, and well as mix it with a maize meal. Then everything falls out. Now, with regard to your next question, I would like you to please repeat the question. I didn't hear it properly. You said?
How much more expensive is it than the cup that you can buy on the market today? Is it more expensive than the water in the cup solution?
Yes, it will be quite expensive. Like your traditional cost 88 rand, 12.5 is 88 rand. This one, after I've calculated my cost, I'm thinking it will be round about 94 rand. I'm thinking it will be round about 94 rand. But it's value for money. It's value for money.
So, sorry, I think that's the wrong way of calculating the cost. So you need to show what it costs to put you need to show what it costs to save a child. In there, you've got cost of water. In there, you've got this. You've got now. You can't be doing 88 rands for meal of a particular kind with 90. That will be the wrong way of doing it. So make sure you do it properly. And lastly, you've spoken to the partner selection a bit too quickly. Yes, White Star is there. That's what we are using to trial. They've got nothing special that none of the guys don't have. Think carefully about who you want as a partner if this thing is to gain commercial traction. I can drop my contacts for you to get in touch. There's a whole lot of thinking that must go into partner selection from a commercial standpoint. Thank you.
Actually, I was going to comment on that, saying that I think I'd advise you to also work with an already existing brand, because it's going to be difficult for people to trust you when you create your own brand, where else it will be easier if you go into market with an already existing brand and just add your added values. Yeah.
Thanks, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Police.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. For this section of the, thank you so much. We're going to go to our last presentation by Bongani, and it's called Panic. After with that, we're going to have our lunch break. Panic by Bongani.
When you need help, just panic. Nobody likes crime. Even those who do crime will always admit that they don't like doing crime. But whether the reason behind crime is good or bad, crime is one thing that we cannot condone. At any instance of our lives, we are at the risk of being victims of crime, more especially in high-risk areas. Minister of Police Begekele released the quarterly crime statistics from 1 April to the end of June 2021. Contact crimes such as murder, attempted murder, sexual offense, and all categories of assault registered a 60.6 increase compared to the same period in 2020. I'm designing an app which will help combat crime by creating a platform which will bring communities together and combat crime. The app will have a panic button, and once the panic button is hit, it will share the location of the victim to everyone around the victim within a 2-kilometer radius with the purpose of requesting assistance from the community. Then the user's phone will be on panic mode, which will force the location and mobile data of the phone to be kept on. It will also hinder the phone from being turned off so that it may be traced easily in case the culprit steals it. The panic mode can also be activated on another device by just inserting the victim's data on another device which has the panic app. The panic mode may be deactivated using a password. The app will also have a feature where a user can report stolen items, whereby they can take a picture of the stolen item and post it, and the picture will be available to everyone who is within a 30-kilometer radius so that stolen items may not be circulated easier. This is the survey question that was circulated through WhatsApp and Facebook. This is how the format was. As an effort to combat crime, I have designed an app with a panic button. The panic button will then share your location to everyone who has the app within a 2 kilometers radius so that they can help. And also there will be an additional feature like crime combat skills, find my phone feature, and a platform to report stolen items. These were the questions. How often is the community willing to help if you are attacked by robbers? What effect do you think the app will have on the crime rates? Would you like to download the app when it becomes available? What is the disadvantage you anticipate for the app? From the surveys, this is the responses that I got. 100 people were interviewed for the purpose of predicting the outcome of the app. From the gathered data, it was observed that in communities, 70% of the time, the community members are willing to help if someone is being attacked by robbers. With the use of the app, I hope the figures will increase to at least 95%. Participants were also asked to predict the effect of the app on crime, and everyone agreed that this would have a positive effect on the crime rates. Everyone who was interviewed agreed that they would download the app and share it once it becomes available. Furthermore, participants were also asked to anticipate the disadvantage of the app once it becomes available. Data charges, network coverage, and the inability of the victim to activate the panic button right before they are marked were the disadvantages that I gathered from the participants. In conclusion, the app seems as a need in the communities, as it will help reduce crime and bring communities together. According to census, the population size of Katlehong is 407,294. If 30% of the population downloads the app, then the app will have over 100,000 downloads at Katlehong only. The app stands a good chance of being used nationally and even worldwide, with the potential of hitting 1 million downloads. According to AdSense, an app can make 1,000 rands per day if they get 5,714 visits per day, which will accumulate to around 30,000 rands per month. Therefore, if the app reaches 1 million downloads, then it's possible to have 57,140 active viewers, which will generate around 300,000 rands per month. I'm an electrical engineering student who is an intern at a company that manufactures electronic components. And also, I'm a self-taught web developer, whereby I would like to increase my skills to app development. According to Brave Digital, app development costs 100,000. Hosting the app will require a once-off 406 rands and 85 cents on Google Play Store. Therefore, 100,000 and 406 and 85 cents will be required to develop and host the app. This is the homepage of the app, and which will have all the features that I have specified on before. The panic button, stolen items, feature, find my phone, will teach people how to avoid crime. There will be also a testimonies to track the effect of the app. And thank you.
Thank you so much, Monk. Would you come up, please?
Good afternoon to everyone.
Hi, I have a question quickly. I just want to find out, why doesn't the app alert the police as well? I just feel like it's a lot of pressure on the community, and they're also worried about their safety. So maybe adding the police as well. It also maybe includes data for the police to be able to use in terms of what they've managed to achieve. It's just a thought.
The app is going to be open to everyone, including the police officers. Just that I've noticed that in my area, the community members are more effective than the police enforcement, because they will complain saying that they don't have vans at the station and stuff. So yeah, but the app is actually open to everyone, because in my area, the community is always willing to help. Even at 12 a.m. there's this WhatsApp group whereby if someone is attacked, they're gonna say someone is trying to break in, and very quickly someone is gonna come up and assist.
Yeah. No, thank you very much. I think it's a wonderful app, but you should recognize that there was a competitor that was launched, I think 2 days ago, which does the similar thing, which is called IRAS. So when you look at your app in terms of putting additional features, just compare yourself and understand what the features I have. This feature of connecting with the police, that other app does that. So just look at what you can improve in terms of your app.
Okay, thank you. I will look at it.
Can you just talk to me about the stolen features, the stolen items feature? I didn't quite get that. Like, what's the intent about?
Okay, let's say I have a TV in my house. Maybe let's say when I bought it, I took a picture of it. Then it gets stolen. Then I can report on the app that I have a TV which was stolen. Then everyone who's within a 30 kilometers radius will see the picture of that TV, so that in case the culprits who stole it wants to sell it maybe to someone who's maybe 15 kilometers away from me, then they will know that, no, this is a stolen item. So that feature is for the purpose of the stolen items not to be circulated easy around the community.
Thank you for the presentation. You mentioned there that there's already a community WhatsApp group which is operating quite effectively. So I'm interested in what the motivation would be for these members to use an app, and an app which they have to pay for, over and above a solution which seems to be working.
The WhatsApp group has got limited participants. I'm not sure. I think it's around 200 and something. So you can't go up and beyond that number. So the app is going to be open to everyone, like everyone who's within the area. If there's someone who's in danger, they can get the location and alert that there's someone who's in danger. Yeah. I'm not sure if I answered you correctly.
Okay. Just one quick perhaps comment. You see, there's a proliferation of apps everywhere you look. And I'm just wondering, with all of these social problems, and we are proposing apps to solve them, where is the balance? There's an app for everything.
Yeah. Well, right now, almost everyone has got a smartphone. So creating apps will, yeah. Oh, okay.
Just to add on to Brian's point, I was wondering, would it not be worth considering to not make it an app and rather make it, perhaps sell it to Bolt or Uber as a feature on their already existing apps? Because I know they have a very serious challenge with their drivers, committing crime or whatever, things like that. So that's just something I think you should consider.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. I'll take that into consideration.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. We'll take about a half an hour recess just to charge ourselves and recharge our bodies. We will be back here at 2 o'clock, which will mean we are still running significantly behind schedule. We'll try and make it up when we come back, but we've got about 4 more presentations before we finish, so I think we could do it in the time allocated when we come back. Thank you so much. See you after the break. for making it back, ladies and gentlemen. We are now back online. As I promised before we went for lunch, we only have 4 more applications to look at. I hope the lunch was good. Nobody complaining. Is everybody back, or have others left for the airport? All right. We'll let them come in as they come. The next one we have is called the BioSale. I'm assuming it's supposed to be BioSafe True Capture at your fingerprints. This is from Uphumelele. Can we cue that one, please?
BioSafe, true capture at your fingertips. My name is Phumelele Mia. I'm an IT graduate and student. I'm doing an advanced diploma. I'm the sole founder of BioSafe, which is a biocapture, the innovation I'm going to introduce you to. What is CAPTCHA? CAPTCHA is an acronym for Completely Automated Public Turing Test to tell computers and humans apart. And on the left there are the 3 common captchas that you find. So what is the problem with these captures? As Wi-Fi and fiber begin to spread across countries, people are beginning to work remotely. So people are using their cell phones and tablets to work, and captures were not designed to accommodate that. Also, captures rely too much on what you see, and blind people cannot commit captures, as well as other disabled people cannot complete captures because they require a high degree of concentration. Another problem with the captures currently is that they take out a lot of time. Louis van Aan, the founders of the first generation of captures, attributed capture time taken by the human society in a day to 500 hours to complete a capture, and there are 200 million captures typed per day. And the 4th convenience is something called friction. In IT, there is something we call friction. So from the time you click checkout to the time you receive that your order was successful, the period in between where you do the validation, the order processing and address, that period is called friction, and IT companies are constantly trying to reduce that. So what is the solution? BioSafe is a process innovation, meaning I'm going to change the way captures are done by introducing biometrics into them. So instead of being asked to type out a word or pick out pictures, you'll be asked maybe to place a fingerprint in front of the fingerprint scanner, to change or to place your face in front of the face scanner, or maybe you'll be asked to place your eye in front of the iris scanner. High-end smartphones do have some sort of biometric feature, so this will address the issue of smartphones not being compatible. Also, it takes up to half a second to upload a fingerprint, and the current scanners can take 40,000 fingerprints per second. So this will reduce the friction time by up to 8 seconds per capture. So why will it work? Firstly, I think the ease of use and the convenience are the winning mark for this. And the global trend at the moment, secondly, is that people are moving toward online and cloud storage. So we will require a lot of authentication, either to download our documents or upload any documents. So this will be beneficial in that sector. And it is the first of its kind. No other company is doing a biometric capture, and I'm also prepared to make it work. The demo, on the side on the right here, you see an idea of what the code looks like. So in this code, they check if a new word is generated. They also check if your account isn't locked. And then in the code, they later take your input and compare it to the new word that is generated. What's next? Since this is the first of its kind, I want to get the nitty-gritty out of the way first. Registering the company, doing a patent, preferably globally. And next, I want to get my hands dirty with the code. Once the software is ready, I will want to begin an e-commerce website or either a hybrid selling form where I sell the software physically as well as online. So how I would use the cash prize, I'll begin by purchasing a server, which I'll also use as a computer to code the software. I would also do the nitty-gritty stuff, the registering of the company as well. And then I would host the e-commerce website for up to 2 years. And that is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Will Mr. Mia come up? Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Mia?
Thank you for your presentation. And just to clarify, your target market also includes those people. Can you please just expand on your target market, actually?
Basically, the target market is basically three-tiered. Primarily, a lot of the softwares that were created that we use today were created as accessibility features, like the speaking out of content. It was accessibility feature for blind people. So they later found that it was very convenient for people who are also not blind. So that's another target market. So the people that don't have disability that find it convenient will also use the BioSafe software.
Hello.
Hi.
I want to go to your budget, right? And I really want you to appreciate this 100,000, and I also want you to appreciate the process that you're in. If you have a budget and there's like, what do you call these things? Question marks next to these things. And I think also where a huge chunk of your budget would fall in under development, you have now, and you have like question marks. What's going on there? Because it doesn't look good. No, I'm just telling you, it doesn't look good. Because for me, it echoes the fact that you didn't do your research, or you're not respecting this process enough, and all of these sort of negative connotations when you have the opportunity to be given this amount and more, because you are looking for, doing with the, TIA, I think from a, patenting and like all of these things, that's what you want to do. So just talk to me about that, and maybe it may change my mind a bit, but I'm uneasy about you doing that, and especially because a huge chunk of your budget goes into the development aspect.
Can I be honest? I actually ran out of time while I was trying to do the research of so the other stuff I actually calculated it to the T, but the null area is the gray section that I didn't have time to complete. I still haven't done the research because I was busy with the assignments and stuff like that. When did we submit, guys? I think you had a few days. Yes. No, sorry.
So I think the important thing that Uvu is trying to put across is that you need to take personal responsibility for your business, because it is your business. And we cannot take you seriously if you don't seriously take your business. So you need to respect this process, that you do your homework, so we can engage with you on how to get you as far possible forward.
Just a comment from my side. I know you're looking to get this prize of 150,000 rands. But I want to challenge you to say, even if you were not going to get this money, would you be able to put skin in the game and do whatever it takes to take this idea to the next level? And I think this is a comment that I want to just share with each and every person that stood up to present, to say, if you expect anyone to put money onto your idea, are you ready and willing to put sweat equity into it? Just think about that and take that as feedback.
I think maybe I can comment on that. I definitely have the passion for it. Obviously, I know that it won't come easy, but if I channel my passion towards the idea, I think I can make it work.
Mr. Mayor, your idea is a very good idea. Just a few things that you just need to make sure you capture in the market, because I heard you answering the first question. I didn't understand the market where you'll sell your technology to, and I didn't understand how are you going to price this technology if you take it to the market, and where is the value coming from, and where are the revenue streams coming from in taking this to the market?
Okay, thanks. Basically, in IT, there's generally the three popular sales revenue models. So it's either subscription-based, or it's sold per product, and there's also the advertising base. So depending on when I complete my research, I'll find which one is suitable to sell. But primarily, what I had in mind right now is to have it in subscription-based.
Any more questions for Mr. Mia? Thank you so much, sir. Next on, we've got the Recycling Bank, and this is by Kanyisile, the Recycling Bank.
Hello, everyone. Did you know that South Africa produces 54 million tons of waste annually, from which only 10% gets recycled? Further, waste pickers are responsible for collecting and recovering 80 to 90% of the recyclables that get recycled in South Africa. This proves that waste pickers play a pivotal role in ensuring that South Africa recycles as much as possible. However, it is unfortunate that the 60 to 80 waste pickers in South Africa are not formalized, are not recognized, and they are not supported. My first encounter with a waste picker was with a certain lady who used to come in front of our gate to dig through our bin every Friday. Initially, I didn't know what she was doing, but later I found out that she plays a pivotal role in ensuring that there is growth in our economy and we have a clean environment. Prejudice is not the only thing that waste pickers suffer. In addition to the prejudice, they have to walk long distances on a daily basis to and from work, pulling heavy trolleys with the prospect of not meeting that desired amount of collectibles in case the waste removal truck arrives earlier. My name is Kanyisile Tonga, and I have formed the Recycling Bank to regulate the recycling process at primary level, from the point where the recyclables are separated source to the point where they are sold to buyback centers. We are formalizing waste pickers through the promotion of separation at source by households. South Africa has the potential of formalizing 85,000 waste pickers. Our short-term goal is to operate in Centurion, and with over 100,000 households in Centurion, we are set to create 500 jobs for waste pickers in the next 3 years. We will do this by registering waste pickers into our system. We will allocate each waste picker to service 200 households. These households are then tasked to separate their waste and put it out on recycling collection days. On recycling collection days, waste pickers collect the waste, and we will have transportation on site to transport the waste to our yard, where sorting and weighing takes place. We sell the waste to buyback centers, and we pay the waste pickers, and the recycling bank gets its commission. On average, each waste picker will receive 8,000 Rand per month before deduction. This model will ensure that all participants are brought together to function cohesively in a formally structured ecosystem which benefits all. As less waste ends up in landfills, municipalities save more than the current 750 million. It is convenient for buyback centers to buy in bulk than depend on one-on-one auction by waste pickers. The less waste pickers come into the communities, there will be less recycling perpetrated crimes. There will be a reduction in littering and pollution. Job creation for waste pickers and waste pickers' jobs will be dignified. This market is worth 25 billion rands in South Africa, and we are competing for a 0.8% share. It is difficult to convince homeowners to separate their waste at source, which is why we are introducing community incentives. We will take a part of the money that will generate from the recyclables to donate towards crime-curbing community projects. We make our money by taking out a 30% commission from the value of the recyclables generated from the households. Other revenue streams we're yet to look into are e-commerce and advertising. We have identified our competition to be regionalized, who also provide incentives to individual recycling households, and the African Reclaimers Organization, who have managed to get 60% participation, separation at source participation from the Brixton community. What sets us apart is that we have a clear structure of formalization and operation for waste pickers. Our research is tested for us, by us, and our community-centric approach, providing community incentives, will ensure that we have influence over the recyclables, which is the key weapon to ensuring that ensuring the sustainability of waste picker integration. So far, we have been finalists for the Tshwane Inter-University Innovation Challenge in 2020. We started our pilot this year on the 9th of March in Royal Centurion. We've partnered with 8 waste pickers. We've partnered with over 100 households. We have since created work for 8 reclaimers. We are currently finalists for the UNISA Innovation Challenge 2021, and we have a pending deal with a gated estate. 100,000 Rand investment will help us fund our separation at source campaign, brand the business professionally, buy a 3-ton platform scale, fencing for our yard, purchase uniform and protective gear for our reclaimers, and buy recycling bags, a cabin, and 10 large metal garbage bins. I am the founder and CEO of the Recycling Bank. I have 3 years experience in recycling consultancy. I am currently doing my degree in BCom Financial Accounting with UNISA. I have done a diploma with ICB, a technical financial accounting, and I am a Rethro community youth leader. My team of waste pickers have 2 to 7 years waste picking experience. Germany, being the highest recycling country in the world, recycles 56% of the 30 million tons they produce annually. This is because they have invested in resources, policies, and structures which ensure that these targets are met. In South Africa, we have the waste pickers, and they have since proven that they can help the country reach higher recycling targets. So join me and let's invest in waste pickers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ntonga.
Hello. Hi. Thank you so much for the presentation. I think it was really slick and professional. And I really like your solution as well. But there's one area of it that I'd like you to explain a little bit more about, and that's on the revenue generating side, because my understanding is that there's not a very big margin on the amount of money that waste pickers can get from the waste that they bring in. So I'm just wondering how the mechanics of that work out, where we're paying like an 8,000 Rand salary, plus the logistics costs and the marketing costs. All of it, majority of it being, generated off of the waste that's brought in. So, yeah, I'd be interested to understand that a little bit more.
Can I just breathe first?
Take your time.
We've done our research. We've done our research, and we have found out that one bag, is equivalent to 200 Rands. So, on average, waste pickers can collect from 200 households. They can collect and fill up 10 bags. So that is like 2,000 rands a week. So on a monthly basis, on average, they can get 8,000 rands. And then if we take out a 30% commission, they'll be left with 5,600 rand. So right now, currently, in the informal system, they are making from 3,000 rands to 5,000 rands.
Thank you. My question is a little bit different because in your presentation, I saw some capital requirements that are included, and I don't know how you're going to fund those, because you presented bins to subdivide the waste, and you also talked about trucks to collect some of the waste. So how is that going to be funded, because of the funding that you're looking at excludes those?
So you're asking with regards to the bins and the trucks?
Yeah.
The trucks, we hire them, so I think with the money that we generate, we'll be able to fund that. And then with the bins are mainly for the gated estates. So because we cannot really go into the estate and do as we please, so we'll require the homeowners residing in the estates to put their waste inside those bins, the large bins.
Thank you very much for a wonderful presentation. I think what stands out for me is the ability to organize the community. You know, we see these gentlemen, Omachereza, moving goods around. What would be key is to identify additional off-takers. You know, I know you're taking that product and you're selling it somewhere, but I do believe that there's industries that would take that product and use it as feedstock to produce other products.
Yes, yes.
So I think if you can work more on that, it'll make sure that your business model or your profitability is much better. Yeah, that's what I wanted to say. Thanks.
Thanks, ma'am. Just a quick one. So, just to confirm, your idea is a service-based model. There's no technological capabilities behind it.
Not yet.
And your idea is geared towards addressing municipal solid waste. So are you thinking other forms of waste, or is it MSW just for now?
For now, it's only the recyclable waste.
So this is MSW.
I don't know what is MSW.
No problem.
Is that all? Thank you so much. Thank you. Our second last pitch is by Sifundo, and it's the auto-mechanical tap. The auto-mechanical tap.
Members of the Innovation Challenge Selection Committee, based on the growing population, economic growth projections, and current efficiency levels, demand for water is expected to rise by 17.7 billion cubic meters, while water supply is projected to amount to 15 billion cubic meters, representing a 17% gap between water supply and demand by 2030. This definitely necessitates the innovation of new solutions to meet such demand, while conserving the little water that we have. So this is where our solution, the auto-mechanical tap, comes in. Greetings, members of the Innovation Challenge Selection Committee. I am Zwake Tulu, representing the auto-mechanical tap team, and I'm here to tell you about our solution to water wastage and water leakages in rural areas in my community. So we have conducted some research and study in my rural area and discovered water wastage and water pollution as a result of, sorry, stop recording. Oh, stop recording.
Hi, Sifunda. Okay, do you want to start again from the beginning?
Yes, please.
Okay, right. Go all the way back to the beginning.
Okay.
Okay, right. I'm going to count you in.
Yeah.
3, 2, 1, go.
Based on the growing population, economic growth projections, and current efficiency levels, demand for water is expected to rise by 17.7 billion cubic meters, while water supply is projected to amount to only 15 billion cubic meters, which represents a 17% gap between water supply and demand by 2030. This therefore necessitates the innovation of new solutions to meet such demand while conserving the little amount of water that we have. Members of the Innovation Challenge Selection Committee, greetings. My name is Mzwake Xulu, and I'm representing my team, the Auto Mechanical Tap, which has come up with this innovative solution to prevent water wastage and minimize water leakages in communal taps and communal tanks in my rural area. So, going back to the problem that we have identified in my area, we identified water wastage and water leakages. We noticed that when people went to fetch water from communal taps and communal tanks, a person would go and fetch water and stroll to take the next container without bothering to actually close the tap. Even if they did close the tap or they closed the mouth of the tank, it will take some time before they would do that. So that would result in some water being wasted to the ground. Over time, such water would collect in the ground and become a breeding ground for bilharzia, carrying snails, as well as mosquito larvae. So eventually, this exacerbates the problem of water wastage. It also results in disease contraction on top of water wastage that is experienced in these communal taps. So my team and I came up with an innovative solution to actually help rural community water users to save water. And our solution is known as the Auto Mechanical Tap. So these taps that you have invented, or the idea of these taps that you have invented, is that these taps can actually close themselves once the water container is used is full. Therefore, the name Auto Mechanical Tap. So they are based on a simple mechanism of interaction between a nylon string, as you can see in the tap, a steel plate, as well as levers for opening and closing the tap. So from our study in our rural area, we calculated and discovered that if about 42,000 liters of water is wasted in these communal taps that service about 20 households, then with the introduction of an auto mechanical tap, 42,000 liters of water wasted could be saved per month per tank, which services about those 20 households. So the result, it is water conservation. And we know that with water conservation, municipalities and the Department of Water and Sanitation can divert government funds that would have been wasted through water wastage to other community development projects and rural and youth development projects. Right, so with there's also the picture of the model in the PowerPoint presentation demonstrating or showing how the tap actually works. You can see the container there, the steel plate, the container sitting on the steel plate, which is connected to an opening lever by a nylon string. And so someone who is actually fetching water would simply open at the top there of the opening lever, and water would flow to the container. Water would exert pressure on the steel plate. The steel plate would in turn exert some tension on the nylon string, which would eventually close the tap, hence the name Auto Mechanical Tap. So from our study, we discovered that if we were to introduce this solution in the market, our competition would consist of established industry players like your ISCA taps, your Aqua Tap, your Cobra taps. It would also include the water tanker companies, those companies that are currently used by municipalities to deliver water in rural areas without access to communal taps. But now, the distinct advantage with our automechanical tap was the fact that our automechanical taps do not need energy or electricity to function, unlike taps that are supplied by our competitors, you know, your Iska taps, Aqua tap, and Copper taps. So we know that no energy means obviously less cost for our target market and end users, because if they need electricity, then you've got to pay more for using those taps. But in our case, we don't have to pay for electricity, and therefore it also comes across as an environmentally friendly solution in a way that you don't need energy in order to use it. Our target market, it includes water service authorities like your local, metropolitan, and district municipalities that still rely on water tankers, because we discovered again that even though they do use water tankers, but they complain of the fact that these water tankers escalate water infrastructure costs rapidly, and therefore they are looking for new solutions that are going to help them to save cost in terms of delivery of water to rural areas. So the second client here is the Department of Water and Sanitation that would need our innovation. So funding requirements, we need 150,000, but if we were to get 100,000 rand from UNISA, 50,000 rand would go towards prototype development and trial phase. Another 50,000 would go towards piloting phase, which includes small-scale rollout of a minimum 4 automechanical taps. We also are expecting 15% of the required startup amount that will be raised from advisory board members for minimal equity from the project. So we're also looking to use this funding for certifications and quality assurance, including ensuring that our product is tested and certified by, in terms of industry standards like your SABS standards. So also need some access to networks in the industry. Our team consists of myself as the director of the company which we established in order to actually implement this product. The co-inventor of the automechanical tap and the chemical engineering student at UNISA. I'm the Young African Leadership Institute 2020 participant of UNISA again. I'm 2021's 200 Million Guardians Young South Africans, a chairperson of an NPO and a small business owner. Also won the South African Youth Daughter Prize and South Africa, and we're also finalists for Stockholm Junior Water Prize for the same project. Second one is Mr. Mtembu, who is a metallurgical engineer who's currently doing his honors in industrial engineering from University of Pretoria. And the third team member is Mr. Mbata, who is also the co-inventor of the product and the co-winner of the South African Youth Daughter Prize and Stockholm Junior Water Prize of 2009. In our advisory board, we've got Mr. Mataba, who is a metallurgical engineer with certificates in business and management development from Gordon Institute of Business Science. Mr. Ntlebi, who has a BSc in chemistry and hydrology from the University of Zululand, and he's a senior lab analyst at Sasol. We also have Mrs. Mataba, who has a BSc in environmental and engineering geology from UKZN and a total quality management certificate from UNISA, and Ms. Smangele Kulu, who has a BSc in agriculture and PGCE from the University of KwaZulu-Natal. That is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kulu. Please do come to the fore, and we can start your conversation with our judges.
Zwaki, thank you for your praise. Just so that I can let me just confirm are you offering a plumbing solution? Am I right in classifying your product as a plumbing solution?
Yes.
Right. No, that's fine.
Yes.
And most plumbing solutions that I'm aware of don't require electricity. I can't think of any tap that I need electricity to use. But anyway, so now the that's the first point. The second point is that you have an advisory board, and there's no single person with a plumbing background. So you've got these microbiologists, you've got these mechanical engineers, you've got these chemists, and fact is that you've got a plumbing solution, and you're listening to other people tell you about plumbing. Now, thirdly, is there room for retrofitting in your development roadmap? Now, lastly, it is unclear to me how the auto tap actually works well every time. It could well be that you must do more work then, but most projects, early stage projects, require less board members. They require technical advisors. Thank you.
All right. Okay. So to start off with the team, so basically it's a solution that actually aims to help minimize water wastage and water leakages in communal taps. As I've explained in my competition slide, that you currently have different industry players like your ISCA tap, Aqua taps, they're all offering all these taps. And yet, some of the automatic tap, like the sensor taps that we have, they actually require energy in order to function. And yet, when we come into the market with this solution, it's a solution that does not require energy. So it aims to help rural community water users save water. It also aims to reduce a headache for municipalities who actually rely on water tankers in order to deliver water, which eventually is wasted in this communal tap, right? Yeah. So yeah, we could classify it as an innovation that actually helps to save water from our target market, which is municipalities and the Department of Water and Sanitation. Secondly, with my team, right, so with my team, you talked about the advisory board. So the idea behind an advisory board, as I did explain in my slide, was that there is a potential investment that they are going to make towards the project. So they do offer, some advice regarding the business side of the project, even though some of them do not have background in plumbing, but some of them do have a lot of experience with project management and, running businesses, and therefore that is basically what they are actually there to offer. Also, because they will also be offering some minimal investment towards the project. Therefore, I saw it as a good idea to actually include them in the advisory board so that they would also be able to contribute towards strategy at times. Oh, and the third question was about retrofitting. Okay, I'm not sure about retrofitting. Could you explain it for me?
To recall what's asked, right? So the make up your mind whether you have shareholders or you have or your board members. Be clear about what they are. Now the question here is that you are listening to people tell you what to do next to drive your business and make it a success. Now the confusion as it relates to are they board members or are they shareholders? Clear that out, but also be clinical about what your messaging is. Right now, back to your retrofitting. Typically, if you are able to innovate in a manner that makes use of existing infrastructure, adoption is easier, and typically it's cost effective. If you innovate such that I must discard everything I had and put up something new, just think about those things.
Okay, all right. Yeah, so basically it's an improvement of the ideas that already exist in terms of taps that deliver water to communities. So the only difference here is that because with the normal taps that you find in rural communities, they actually they do not close themselves off. So with our tap, it can actually close itself off. That is because of the interaction of the materials that I talked about in my pitch, which is the nylon string, the steel plate, and the levers that actually make it possible for the tap to actually work without any, to close itself off without any interaction from a human being. Right.
Nice presentation. My question comes to the offtake, because you are saying that your customers will be your Department of Water and some other water organizations. Have you spoken to them about the idea, and what is their take on this idea, and have you tested the market on this idea to use for their taps?
Okay. So we have approached the Department of Water and Sanitation that has advised us to actually develop a prototype for presentation to them. So we have done that part. So we're also planning to get letters of intent from the Water Service Authority in our in our district municipality, so that we can actually get a trial site for the project.
Any more questions for Mr. Kulu? Excellent. Thank you so much. Our last presentation for the day is going to be a virtual one by Kamo. This is Eco Bicycles.
Good day. Thank you so much for this opportunity. My name is Nkamareleng Matlora. I grew up in Tembisa and then later on moved to Rarankua and then Soshangube. These three townships have landfills in them, and it's so normalized to live among these waste around. And this does not include illegal dumping. There was a study that was done on people living closer to landfills, which concluded that people living closer to landfills suffer from medical conditions such as asthma, diarrhea, stomach pains, skin irritations, and TB, and others. And I know for a fact, living in these conditions, that sometimes these medical conditions are normalized in the community. South Africa has a problem of landfills. It has over 800 landfills. 10 of them are in Tshwane. And those 10, all of them have reached their capacity. 5 of them have officially closed, and then 5 of them are still being used, even though they have reached their capacity. And those are among our communities. Landfills are not only a community problem. They affect all of us, from sea animals to our livestock. And there is a clear need for innovation in waste management. Great ideas in reducing plastic are the future, because these landfills are made up of 80% of plastics. This is why I would like to introduce eco-bicycles. Eco-bicycles are bicycles made from waste plastic. They will be 80% made of waste plastics, and then you would add some steel just to make sure that the bicycle runs smoothly. This solution covers 360 health awareness of an individual and the environment. It looks at environmental health awareness, where people will start talking about waste that is produced, specifically plastic waste, where people are looking into also taking part in reducing the plastic waste. It will, again, create a community health awareness where these products that are coming up are creating an awareness that it is not normal to live where there is illegal dumping and where there is plastics and waste around us. So encouraging communities to clean up the environment. Also, bicycles themselves have a purpose of getting the user more fitter than they are. So there is an individual health awareness, and with this product as well, because we're using waste plastic, which is a cheaper raw material to what other bicycles are made up of. These bicycles have, they will be much more cheaper than the normal bicycle, meaning that we will be able to reach even more people and create that individual health awareness. So this is what happens in recycling. We first collect the plastic from the environment, from the landfills and the community. Then it's packed and transported to a warehouse where it will be sorted, because different plastics can be recycled differently, and also you need to know what you're using so that you know the texture of your product. Then this plastic is shredded and then ingested into a machine where you will have this gooey black soft plastic that you can mold into anything. Then it's cooled in water. In this case, they created pellets. So they molded it into strings that they cut and created into pellets. These pictures were taken from one of our partners where they're trying to help people who want to go into waste plastic recycling by creating these pellets, therefore cutting out the process of recycling. So what we're going to do is use these pellets from our partners, inject them into an injection machine, and then the output would be the frame of the bicycles and other gadget that goes with the bicycle. This gives us a lean startup approach to our business. Our customers are mainly the bicycle renters, companies that are renting bicycles for a certain rate. And then it's the retailers, which are companies that are selling those bicycles. Then the bulk bicycle users, which are companies that use these bicycles for their main service. But we've also reached out to other potential customers, especially in Seshego, which is another township in Limpopo. This township has been developed and it has bicycle lanes that are not being used. So we've reached out to NGOs to be our main supplier for especially students who are traveling far for school, or learners that are traveling far from school. We've also reached out to different game reserves so that we supply them and tap into the tourism sector. So our main channel of communication and how we're going to target this market is in person or online, but one-to-one reach out where we target a customer and we reach out to them. We'll have a social media platform where we create this awareness, this 360 awareness using our bicycles. And also we'll have a website where our customers can fill out a form and reach out to us. So the financial projections, on the left is the cost forecasting, where we're looking at the first month, what we're going to spend on. The machinery would be a once-off cost, where we need to buy the injection machinery and the tools. So when the frame comes out, it won't come out smooth. We need to smoothen it and make sure it's good. Also logistics. We are not going to buy trucks. We'll outsource the deliveries of these bicycles. We'll rent out a warehouse, and we'll get a few people who will be helping us in that warehouse. We're looking to sell one bicycle for 1,500, but because we are targeting businesses, we have packages where if you buy more than 10 bicycles, you will get them for 1.3 thousand per bicycle, and if you buy more than 30, you will get them for 1,000 rand, which encourages the businesses that we'll be going to business with. And we also have projections there per month. We're looking that after 3 months, we'll be able to have more than 3 customers, because we're looking at how we're going to reach out to these businesses one by one. And we're projecting that after 6 months, we'll be dealing with businesses that are more than 6, which will give us a quantity of bicycles, which is around 80 bicycles per month. And also the cost of the business would decrease, because just the first month would be when we're using most of the money into the machinery. Our competitors, there are other companies that are using waste plastics to produce products like pipes, plastic bricks, and roof tiles. So when we're looking at these people, it's more of we are doing this for the same purpose. We're doing this to reduce the plastic, but at the same time, we're trying to diversify our customer base, not to only target people who are trying to make a difference, but also not to only target bicycle users, but also look into other markets that we can tap into, like tourism and communities. This is the team. Nkamogeleng, that's myself. I have experience in bicycle rental and bicycle sales, so I'm into selling bicycles. We have Buidumelo, who has experience in customer service. She worked in logistics, and she also worked in a warehouse, so she has a warehouse management experience. And Risho Ketsi, he has experience in bicycle assembly, transportation in general, and also financial management. So where we are right now is that we have created partnership with both suppliers and our future customers. We've also created a partnership where we have mentors who are going to help us in this recycling field where we need more experience. We have that. We've done our market research where we get the feeling from people that are out there towards bicycles that are made from plastic. We've also designed and did our research into the type of plastics that we are going to use to create this bicycle. Thank you so much. There is a need for innovation in the waste management, and I think that this solution is the way to go.
Thank you so much, Nkamo. Are you there? Nkamo, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Brilliant. I will put you on from the floor.
Hi, Nkamo. Thank you very much for a wonderful presentation. I wanted to ask, besides bicycles, what other products can your company make That's the first question. And where is the location of the factory that you guys are going to be operating in? And also, just picking up from the previous presentations done, I'm identifying some common themes. I'm looking at the recycling bank being a feed of some of the stock that you need to be able to make these bikes. Yeah, if you can just respond to that. But wonderful presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I think I'm not nervous because I'm virtual. I hope you can hear me clearly. So the product, we started with bicycles because we're very familiar with bicycles. I mean, the team has been working with bicycles for a while. And we started with that because it also has a bigger purpose of creating an awareness. But we are looking, I started taking a course in material chemistry because I think that a lot of waste can be recycled. You just need to understand what is in that material. So we are looking at creating other products, but for now, just starting up and focusing on bicycles. The factory, I did do some research and I found factories that are very, very affordable just outside Milwaukee. They're kind of abandoned, but that is where I think we'll go with because they're very affordable. And then I don't know if there was another question. My memory. Sorry.
Sure. Ma'am, just see me. Yeah, you see please just illuminate on what your IP is, right? Help us understand what is the claim you are making with regards to your IP. What is it? Now, I respect that you have assembled a team that is familiar with the bicycle market. Now, part of answering that first question on your IP, the durability of what you produce, and. Those are the things that should point out to a market that is most attractive. You may very well like bicycles, but let the materials, properties of what you are producing with your recycling technology dictate where products should be sold. Thank you.
Is there a question? Thank you so much for the question. So we have partnered with people who are already in the recycling business. And one of the companies, I mentioned it in the presentation, that's where they're helping us to test the durability, to test how, if it's doable. So they are helping us to create a prototype. And so far, just with the theory of understanding the different kinds of plastics, we are confident that we can produce something strong, but we also now are in the process of creating a prototype to show that it is doable.
Okay, and my question is also related to Brian's question. Your competitors in the eco-bicycle sector are battery-powered and electrical powered. I understand that your focal point is recycling, but why do you think people would opt for your bicycles rather than the two mentioned? I mean, like it's just plastic, yeah.
Besides that, we will target people who are bio-friendly, environmental friendly fanatics, but we also targeting companies that don't actually focus on bicycles, like in the tourism, the people that we've reached out, the lodges, we've reached out to lodges to create an activity in those lodges. We've reached out to communities, and also we're trying to build a bicycle that will be affordable for people who can't afford bicycles now. Electric bicycles would be fancier and more expensive, and maybe as we go in, we'll be tapping into that. But for now, our focus is to create something cheaper and something that would encourage recycling awareness.
Brilliant. Any more questions from Kamo? None. Thank you so much for your time, Kamo. It's always good to see you.
Thank you so much.
Now, that brings us to the end of our formal speeches and starts the other side of this whole thing. We've seen now 17 wonderful pitches from all different technologies and at varying stages in early stage. And we're going to give our judges 15 minutes to leave the room, deliberate, come to consensus, so we can actually have an outcome to all the hard work of these wonderful participants throughout this year. So we will adjourn just for that 15 minutes. Participants yourselves, feel free to grab some water outside and be back in 10 minutes so we can get the party started. Thank you so much. thrown, but we finally got to the final numbers. Firstly, to all of you participants, this has been for all of us a great honor to walk a journey with you, to help you, and to see you grow from the embryos that your ideas were to where they are now that you can take to market. And hopefully with the support that you're going to receive from the institution, you will take it even further. To start off, I'm going to ask that Ayanda, the director for the Directorate of Innovation, Technology Transfer and Commercialization, to come up front and give a few words for us. Ayanda, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. As has been mentioned, my name is Ayanda Noma. I'm the Director for Innovation, Technology Transfer and Commercialization at UNISA. We're a tech transfer office. We are primarily responsible for the protection of intellectual property that is produced, from UNISA's R&D activities. But we also have a broader mandate, of supporting innovation generally within the university. So this program forms part of our initiative to actually support innovation within the university, both staff and students. We've got a similar program, for staff members, and this particular one is really for students. And perhaps maybe just to talk a bit about why we do, the things that we do, particularly why we have this kind of program. You are very much aware, of the challenges that South Africa faces, right? We're doing this in the midst of a pandemic, right? But I must make a disclaimer first publicly because this is broadcast live, right? So you can see that I've got my mask on, right? So this event is held in strict compliance with COVID-19 regulations, right? As you can see, if you were to look at the, to show, the audience, you would actually see that, there's lots of spaces in between social distancing, right? We're very much cognizant of that, right? But you're also very much aware, of the challenges that society faces. We've got a challenge of unemployment, challenge of sluggish economic growth, right? Challenge of transformation, challenge of poverty, right? And of course, one of the things that we believe in, right, is that the solutions to some of these challenges that we face, right, will come from the people that we have, from our own people, right? One of the greatest assets any country has is its own people, right? We've seen, how, having gold and having diamonds sometimes does not translate, into riches for everyone. We've seen that, right? And of course, we want to make sure from our side that we support you as the innovators, that are really, really, thinking about solutions to some of the challenges that society faces. And I think from my side, I mean, even if you are not amongst the winners, right, today, right, but for you just to be here, right, and participate in this competition, you are winners in my books. And I think you should give yourself, selves a round of applause. I mean, really, truly believe that. I truly believe that. But I'm sure having experienced this particular, sort of program, right from the start up to now, you'd agree, we've got a very strong developmental approach, in this particular program, right? As much as we're asking you to come up with innovative ideas, to some of the challenges that society faces, but we do provide support, right, to make sure that you focus on articulating the value proposition. What is it that you're really, trying to do, particularly with your idea? What is the problem that you're trying to solve, right? And the impact. You begin to think about the impact, that, the solution that you're putting forward can make in society, right? And we think that's very important, to actually adopt that approach. We do this also because we've got a vision at UNISA. I'm sure anybody, the UNISA vision, right? The African university, shaping futures in service of humanity. And we strongly believe that for our country to succeed, we need more innovators, we need more entrepreneurs, people that are going to start new things to actually solve the problem that we have around sluggish economic growth, right? To broaden the cake, to make the cake much bigger, right? But also more importantly, to provide solutions, to provide innovative solutions to some of the challenges that we face, right? So, from my side, we're quite grateful that at UNISA we're able to do the kind of things that we do, right? We are able, to support you, right? Beyond the competition, just in case you're not aware, beyond the competition, we do provide support, right? We have, we've been running this program. It's called Pre-Seed Incubator, right? Which is within the Directorate of Innovation, Technology Transfer and Commercialization, where we support you in terms of developing your innovative solutions, right? But also articulating the value. What is the value proposition, really, that that is embedded in your own project? What is it that you're trying to solve? But we also assist you. One of the questions that kept on coming up, I'm not sure whether you picked this up. One of the questions that kept coming up was, have you spoken to anyone about your idea? What did they say? Right? And one of the things that we drum into people, that we take people through, is what the process called customer discovery. If you amongst the winners or you participate in the Pre-Seed program, we'll take you through that process. Right? There's no two ways about it, because we need solutions that are going to solve some challenges that are faced by society. It's okay to be passionate about something, right? But of course, it's always very good to have that solution being sort of implemented and needed in society. Right, with those few words, I'm not going to speak a lot. I've got, well, it's not an envelope, but I've got a list. I've got a list. But before we announce, right, I want to invite, our partners. I mean, we don't work alone, right? We know that we're dealing, particularly with this program, we're dealing with students. And of course, there are other stakeholders, right? Also lay claim, to the students. I think we need to respect, those stakeholders. We work with those stakeholders on a regular basis, right? Right from, when you start, planning the program, we work with those stakeholders. And I would like to firstly to invite, to the stage, perhaps the General Secretary, of the Student Representative Council. I want to invite to the stage Ms. Elizabeth Poshoko. This is your General Secretary. Please, come and address your constituency, please. Let's give a round of applause, please.
Thank you so much, and greetings to everyone, to the partners who are in the house, to the organizers, to the students. And I saw in the program, Prof. Tenjiwe was on the program, but I think she's not here. So greetings to everyone who has delegated to come on behalf of the Dean, on behalf of Prof. Tenjiwe, and everyone who's in the sitting today. As introduced, my name is Chatadi Poshoko. I am the General Secretary of UNISA, and also the General Secretary of USA, which is UNISA Law Students Association, which is the organization that deployed me into NSRC. Let me just start by saying that I'm going to be very short, but I'm very honored to be part of this setting. When I was talking to some of the guys outside, I heard that some of them are actually undergrads, because when I was in this room, I thought that everyone is postgrad. And I am so honored to be part of students who are thinkers, who are creatives, who are also innovators. And in 2015, I was not part of that, but I was following the Fees Must Fall protest. And one of the things that the students were saying at that time was that we need a free and decolonized education system. And I think that the part of the demonstration of a decolonized education system is a decolonized and a localized thinking. And what we're seeing today is young people coming up with solutions that actually speak to their localized problems. I heard others talking about the landfills in their area, the innovation about the taxi payments, and all of those things. That is what decolonization looks like. It's localizing the thinking and coming up with solutions that are actually going to benefit the country that we live in. And I really think that that's something to be proud of. And also, I know not everyone is going to be a winner, but the fact that there were creatives, there were thinkers who came here and presented ideas, which is on its own is a very great thing. I want to congratulate all of you, and as your leader, but also as a learner in this sitting, I am totally, totally proud. I think innovation is, let me just take my mask down because it's disturbing me. But innovation is part of the critical pillars in ensuring that our economy grows. And for UNISA to be part of this integral point of wanting to fund students to come up with innovations is a very great thing. One of the things that we've been raising when I got into office, I think a few weeks after getting into office, we had problematized the IntelliMali app, and subsequently when the exams started, we had started problematizing the Invigilator app. And we felt that the Invigilator app does not speak to the ordinary South African student who does not have access to data, who does not have the disability students who have to take photos each and every time. But what happens with a student who needs assistance? When you're taking photos, you're going to have other people who must come and take photos, and then that disturbs every coordination of the camera, and then it ends up being reported as you copying. So we need a localized thinking, a localized response to some of these problems, right? And when I made a speech in front of the public protector, the VC, and others, a few weeks after getting into office, I said that UNISA must develop, number one, an app that is going to make all the transactions in the university. So we are talking about a replacement of the IntelliMali app, which every student, not only in UNISA, but every student across the entire country is complaining about, that UNISA must start, that universities rather, must start conducting their transactions using the bank. But we're saying that we are not going to move from one service provider that is, a colonial type of service provider, or that is foreign to South Africa, and go to another one. Rather have a localized service provider that will be developed within the university. And I think that after today, we've just proven that there is that potential for such a development or such an innovation to come out of the university. So it was not just a dream when I was saying it, but it's something that is practical. And the same applies to the Invigilator app. I'm sure the students who are in this house now have also had their own fair share of challenges with the Invigilator app. And what I was saying is that we need to have apps that actually speak to the ordinary South African student. In UNISA, we have 70% of students who are using NSFAS, and that basically speaks to the demographics of the economies that our students come from. And this means that a lot of them are poor, a lot of them are coming from underprivileged backgrounds, and we need an app that is going to speak directly to the ordinary student in South Africa. But all in all, I said that I will be short. I'm going to conclude here and say that thank you so much for inviting me, Mr. Ayanda, and to everyone who has presented, all the best, and congratulations for actually taking a leap of faith and being brave enough to design something and to think and to intellectualize everything, your thoughts and everything else that you have just presented here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Thank you once again to Ms. Poshoko. Our next speaker is going to be Mr. Begi Chabangu, and he's from the Office of the Executive Dean. Mr. Chabangu. Thank you so much.
Is it on? All right, appreciate it. Program Director, I don't know whether it's now changed, is it now you, and greetings to you, and also greetings to our guests who are present, and also who are fulfilling important role of judging this occasion. All protocols observed. I'm not sure who's present here. My name is Begi Chabangu. I'm going to be just standing in for the Dean of Students. In fact, he robbed me to attend this session on his behalf, so I will try to represent him accordingly. I just want to start by congratulating all of you who have taken, I think, the leap of faith, as the SG has cited. We are very proud of you, to come forward. But also, let me mark this occasion by reminding ourselves of the empty seats, empty chairs that are in this room, empty chairs at UNISA, but also empty chairs that we normally witness across the country due to the scourge of COVID-19 pandemic. And I think we must really bow our heads down as we are approaching the fourth waves. Thank you. Please note, it is not by coincidence that the most economists are the ones with the highest level of entrepreneurial activity and innovation. While entrepreneurship and innovation start as a vision, as an idea, as perhaps even, objectives or mission, but innovation and entrepreneurship really go far beyond this, because colleagues, as you could, appreciate that entrepreneurship increase productivity. For instance, if you are employed in an organization, entrepreneurship and innovation, better competition, if you stand to compete. But also what it does is that it creates employment. As much as I cited those, but it goes also, beyond that. I want also just to remind all present here that innovation helps us to change legislations. It helps us to change policies, infrastructure that we do have. Beautiful, when I entered here, program director, I was really sort of excited and puzzled by the beauty of this place. And it is through innovation that we have such a marvelous establishment. It is also through innovation that we have a safe and clean environment. So the emphasis here is that it's not about the 100,000 or 150,000 that you are getting. The emphasis is that this 150 to 100,000 that you might be getting should not stop you from being innovative, from really, taking on the leap of faith as is cited by the SG. So let me just remind you that in this country, for instance, South Africa, we are faced by a very high unemployment rate. I think the recent statistics indicated that we have at least over 34.9% of unemployed from the last, the third quarter, that's what was reported. But what is also intriguing from that, from the report is that this is the highest since the start of the QLFS, which is quarterly labor surveys that are done at least quarterly. So this is and from that, if you draw from the stats, it shows you that we have at least 46.6% of, people that are unemployed there. It comprises of, women. And in that, you will then have also, break it down, you'll find that you have, black women, white women, Indians, etc., etc., etc. So it really shows that women are, highly, affected by unemployment. So, but that also, I must not omit to mention that also the youth of this country is highly, affected by unemployment. We're looking at least 59.5% of people that are unemployed. And colleagues, I know that we've been taught that maybe a better way of overcoming unemployment, go to school. And I think we've been taught that that is the, a solution. But it has been proven that, in fact, it goes beyond that. So that's why I salute the notion of the forge, where iron sharpens iron. And I think I must congratulate you of spearheading such an initiative, Ayanda and the team. So, but let me just emphasize and say, and repeat and say, innovation matters. Better solutions need South Africa to at least look at various spheres. One that I propose is that we need to look into a service. I've listened to a couple of presentations that were done. I think they're exceptional. And I think we are doing very well. And I've seen also the focus area that is in technology. But we need to open up, the sphere. I propose that as you also ponder about what to do, think about service. For instance, in the university where we are, we have issues about service. Students are unhappy because of poor service. As innovators, you have to go and think about how can we help this university to improve service. Also, innovation also assists with business models. The one that we have now at the university, it might be maybe somewhat obsolete. As innovators, we might need you to go and rethink and help us to look into that. But also products, also process is one of actually aspects that I wish to talk to. Process. I mean, we look at the university. We have what we call a student walk model, where a student will enter and exit. So we need to also to revisit our processes to make sure that when students enter, they go and get the best of service, and then when they are within the process, they can able to exit feeling that they have really done, got value for their service. So I think before I sit down, I don't wish to be long, is that I want to congratulate the office, the portfolio of research, postgraduate studies, and innovation and commercialization of tackling this gap. Because what we have seen, particularly in literature, is that the emphasis has been on, on innovation from a supply side. When I say supply side, it means we've been looking into how do we generate ideas and help people and nurture people to come up with ideas. But what we've omitted, what we've not paid dividend to, it's a better economy that will support innovation. Because it's pointless for me that we encourage innovation if then we don't provide the 150,000 for the brilliant idea to take out and then run and actually provide value to us. So my congratulations indeed goes to you, Ayanda, and the team, that you are now tapping into this gap, that you are taking and nurturing innovation, but also it's not only by lip service, there is something that you are making available for the brilliant mind. So congratulations to all of you, and then also wish you encourage, as I cited earlier, should you not make it, I don't know if there's a first prize, second prize, third prize, that you should not really feel despondent. I think as I listened earlier to my colleague as well, that you have quite a process that happens. So I think you can still return and pitch your ideas. Iron sharpens irons again. I think this is the maxims that people see it as, sometimes they see it as tough, negative, etc., etc. But I want to just remind the team that sometimes I think this is precisely what we need for young minds with ideas, to be sharpened, so that they could able to to add value into their community as well as wherever they are. So I thank you, Program Director, for this opportunity, and I think I've done my service on behalf of the Dean of Students. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Shabangu. Our last speaker for the day to be Professor Tenji Emeyiwe. She's the Vice Principal of Research, Postgraduate Studies, Innovation, and Commercialization. If I'm not mistaken, it's virtual. Okay, so we will move on from Prof, and we will actually get Ayanda on the stage again to hand out our awards and explain how we got here. Ayanda, over to you.
Thank you very much. Is it on? Oh, thank you. Well, it's very simple. Maybe let me ask Becky and the Secretary General to join me here on stage. Our partners, to join me on stage as we hand over the trophies. But it's simple, really. A lot of people, a lot of very enthusiastic students, responded to our call, right? And then magic happened. And then we are here today. Then we are here today. But we're about to announce. But I just want to say, Secretary General, you posed the challenge, to the students. And many students, are watching this. And some will see this. And they will respond to that challenge, with the solutions, particularly around the issues that we mentioned. Because this is an issue that we've already discussed with the dean, of students, to say we want to have a specific an innovation challenge that is very specific to some of the challenges that UNISA face. All right, so let's get the students, the creative, sort of juices flowing, around resolving some of the challenges that we face. But we've reached that stage, that part of the program, where we announce, right, our awardees, all right. In this case, in no particular order, we'll ask that if we call out your name, you can come out on stage. We'll give you a trophy, okay, whatever that we give you, and then take a picture with you, and then you can go sit down. Once we close the proceedings, we're all going to come on stage together with the judges, because I still have to thank the judges, by the way, right? Formally thank the judges. So once we've done with the proceedings, then we can come on stage. We can all take a nice group picture, together with the judges. I think that will be very important. So a drum roll, any drum roll? All right. So, well, I'm going to announce the winners. It was not an easy process at all. The quality of the presentations was absolutely very good. Right? You know the process that we've been through, right? Just to give an indication, we received about 100 plus, applications, right, in the first round. And then we went through a pre-screening process. We reduced that to about 60, and then we had another process again, to actually review the submissions. That was reduced to the 17, the 18, right? The 18. There were supposed to be 18. But it's so unfortunate that, one of the applicants, was no longer a student at UNISA. So unfortunately, he's disqualified. Hopefully he or she will register next year and then pursue the idea, right? So I'm going to announce, quite a number of people. And the first one, awardee that I would like to announce is Chachara JK. The project is the NEST, which is the innovative circular economy toilet for SDG 4. Just hang on. I forgot something.
Oh, thank you. Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
I think maybe we should stand here as yeah. You give out something. Yeah, and the next one is Well, EROKO, A, the title Bioremediation of Brine Water for Agricultural Purposes. And I mean, you will see, colleagues, that we also hand over some books, right? Very, very interesting books, because we really believe that, the kind of books that we give you are going to help you, to take your idea from 0 to 1, as the title of the book says. Right? And the next one is, no more drum roll. Thank you very much. Huma NL, Construction Daily Diary app. Thank you. Well done. And our next awardee is Paliso L with a waterless base meal. Thank you. Well, there's more, right? There's more. The next one is Tonga K, the recycling bank. Thank you very much. Well, there's more. Next one is Tulu S, automechanical tap. Yeah. Thank you. Well, we've got two more, but unfortunately, I said I'm going to announce them last because I know that they are not here, all right? So, but I think let's recognize them. Matlucha IN for Eco Bicycles. And then last but not least, Mr. Ngongo MD for Integrated and Explorative Learning Method and Apparatus. Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much, SG. But just do not go because we're going to have a group photo just after. But you can step down for now so that we can officially now, close these proceedings. But also really, I want to thank the judges, right? Yeah, maybe we can just stand. Maybe we want to thank the judges. We have that. It's called where ions sharpen ions. We brought today to judge this competition. We brought some really heavyweights, right? People that have been working in this area, people that have got expertise and experience, people that we trust, right? And you've heard, by the questions that they were posing, by the suggestions that they were making, right? Is that it was all about building. It was all about, making you see, the bigger picture, right? Showing you the other possibilities. And we're really thankful, for you that you have made the time to actually, come and judge, this competition. It's a whole day, right? You've taken days, the entire day out of your business schedule just to come and judge this particular competition. For me, it shows more than anything else, right? The commitment that you have, not just to innovation in the country, but to the youth of this country. And I want to say thank you very much. We truly appreciate your effort. But as a token of our appreciation, we just want to, maybe if you can come up, we'll just call you, right? If you can just come up so that we can give you, this is just a token of appreciation. This is not payment. We can never, ever repay you for the time. We can never, ever, ever be able to repay you for the time, all right? So can we maybe come up, maybe the first one that's close by, Vuyo, and then maybe followed by Paula, Vuyo from Dubese. Thank you very much. We truly appreciate. A picture up, maybe, it would be nice. And Paula from the Founders Factory. Thank you very much. Thanks. Thank you. And of course, I'll go with I'll start with the ladies. Matlatse, Tulama from Sloan, 22 on Sloan. Thank you very much, Matlatse. And of course, we cannot, even though, at the beginning we said, we appreciate your presence, Lisa. So we want you to say, just to say that we're happy that you're here, that you came and judged the competition. All right. We truly appreciate this. So want to recognize you. Thank you. All right. And of course, coming to the gentleman, right? And Brian, thank you very much, my brother. Brian has done this. Brian has done this several times. Brian comes from the Technology Innovations Agency. Well, if you want to talk about innovation and funding for innovation in South Africa, South African National System of Innovation, and of course, TIA is a very big funder of tech innovations. And of course, Brian is a crucial component of that particular machinery. You are part of us. You are at home here. So we'll start with Isaac first. Then we'll call you later, Zanel. We'll start with Isaac. Isaac comes from Black Business Council. Right. And of course, if you want to make those connections, for business, Isaac is the right person. Thank you very much. And of course, last but definitely not least, our very important partner. Zanele Ngwenya is with the UNISA Enterprise. I'm sure you've heard of UNISA Enterprise, right? And of course, it's a very, very important institution that has been created by the university to actually ensure that the university derives as much value as possible from its own assets. And of course, we are grateful, sir, that you could make the time to actually be with us. So this is just a token of our appreciation. This is I'm sure you can declare it. Well, thank you very much, and I think that's probably the end of the formal proceedings. Let me, colleagues, help me to thank the Peggy and the SG as they go and take their seats. And of course, remember at the end when we close formally, then we can come and we can take a group picture, all of us, right, on stage, right? Colleagues, I just want to say, thank you very much. I've already thanked the judges, but also I want to thank each and every one of you that made the time to actually come to this particular event. I know that you're quite excited. At some point in time, we've even toyed with the idea of cancelling because of other challenges, that we're experiencing. But at the back of my head, I thought, we're going to disappoint so many people, that had already prepared themselves to come and pitch, their innovative ideas. So fortunately, we're able to find a way, to actually have this event. So we're actually quite grateful that we're able to. But thank you very much for making the time. Thank you very much for responding to our call. Thank you very much for being committed, right? And of course, I should not forget this, right? There's a person sitting at the back, right? There's a person sitting at the back, one of our very important stakeholder, very important partner. He's sitting at the back. Maybe he should stand up a bit, right? Maybe he should stand up a bit. I need to recognize you. And I'm sure you know him, right? Right? Because he what did he do? Conducted the training, right? Right? Prepared you for this. And of course, those who had attended, you can clearly see, from the presentation. And of course, if you didn't attend, you missed out. But thank you very much, Lebogo. We truly appreciate, the work that you do, right, in terms of preparing, some of the students for the competition. We're actually grateful that we are partnering with you. We keep on partnering with you in this way, that you help us in this process. Thank you very much. But also, I want to thank, I'm going to thank the program director last, because sometimes nobody thanks the program director. But, I want to thank my team as well, right? I want to thank my team, for the good work that you've put in. I know some of the team members are not here. Virginia is not here. The sleepless nights, the worries, the running around that you guys did, right? Thank you very much, Ndanga. And Hlumela, or Hlumela? Hlumela is outside, and Poncho. Maybe you guys should stand up a bit, right? And of course, and of course, Basanda, you should stand up. Even though, Basanda, you've just recently rejoined us, right? But I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. When we started the pre-seed incubator, we're trying to assist, the winners of the UNISA Innovation Challenge. He was the person that championed that, right? He's the person that's leading that. And of course, he's come back, right, to actually continue the work that he's been doing. We've got a curriculum that is set. We'll take you through a process for the entire year. We'll support you with developing your innovative solution, but also in thinking more in terms of what is the business case. What is the business case, for your solution that you're trying to put forward? And of course, he's done wonderful things. He's been able to link up people up with mentors, not only in South Africa, but abroad as well, to try and develop their innovative solutions. But I think, we're thankful that you came back, right? Last but not least, I want to thank Yongama, right? Our program director, very able program director. So we thank you very much. But also for maybe what most people do not know is that you took on that role when Basanda was not around. You were actually providing that kind of support. And of course, we really thank you for that, program director. Let's give program director a hand, please. And I think from my side, there's nothing else to say except to hand over back to the program director to close the proceedings.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. And that's it, guys. Nothing else to say. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you for such a wonderful day. Thank you to each and every one of you. And thank you for the venue. Incredible. Thank you, Sue. Thank you, your team. And thank you, the sound guys, photography. Thank you so much. You have made this day special for us. Outside, there's going to be some cups as a sign of appreciation for all the participants. Please don't leave without getting one outside. Thank you, and have a safe and wonderful weekend.